6, 8, 11.
6, 8, 10.
6, 8, 10.
Now open, you may be seated.
Commonwealth versus Reed. Counsel had asked to see you before the jury came over, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So what is it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Brennan? I was handed clips 12A and 16.
I think it's 12 and 12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
You have 12 from yesterday. You have 12 from yesterday, 12As in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe. And then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right. What do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to this case of what Ms. Reed said and her statements. That's obviously admissible as a admission of party opponent and statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. If it's hearsay, if you want to get clips in to do so, I would go the direction to that as long as they were in context and if they pass the relevancy test, but it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right. And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but
Right.
This is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then those clips can come in.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you.
All right. So we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is let's not be played with Ms. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right. Let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay. Why not? Yes. Yes.
You are
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Codoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the county of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right, good morning again, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. We appreciate you being prompt and ready to go this morning. There was something I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence that will be presented to you today. So I appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
Good morning, follow me.
Mr. Kidd, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
May I proceed?
Good morning, Ms. McCabe. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes,
Have you seen the front of his house before?
yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes,
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
yes,
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 to the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes,
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Looks, is this a Ring camera right here? Looks,
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
yes,
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car to the left?
Yes,
Do you know whose car that is?
yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? For those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes,
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 11. You recognize what's in that photo?
yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned earlier in the night, you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes,
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Sustained is to form, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes,
You share with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to, thank you,
Ms. McLaughlin does.
thank you,
With,
thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for what, what emergency?
Yes, I need someone to come to third floor, can, third floor, Fairview Road, we can't now, there's a man trapped out in the snow.
You can't pull up, because you can't let you go. You can't get it all, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
You have to tell us, let's stay on.
I just keep going, like, you know, that area in 50, okay?
Let's stay on, because it's,
Okay. I know. Where's the budget? I don't think like the parents.
911, what's your emergency?
I need someone to come immediately to third floor, Fairview Road, can't get now.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
Is it so?
Yes, third floor, the Alpha resident, yes, I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
Third floor, Fairview, can't now, yes.
911, that's on your bulletin, where's your emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Kingston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay, and what else?
He's gonna get here, okay?
Okay, what's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
That's his girlfriend's name is John Keith.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know, I don't know, he got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he, Terry, is he, I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to, it could be body heat and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have to get the fire department going, they just gotta know.
Okay. Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test it?
Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's finding CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upside?
I'm afraid I'll find him. I know, Mom, I'm home with the Andrews. I know, honey, I know. So, Carrie, you gotta get off of me. Carrie, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He been out,
They've been out drinking.
Yes, like I'm talking hours ago, maybe, and I think I don't know how long it's been.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head out?
Yes, possibly, I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face? All right.
Yeah.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something's coming out the nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if you want CPR, and just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible, to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then as I think I called her as I was walking over to John, and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Good morning, everybody.
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
Thank you, Cindy.
What's the environment? What's going on around you?
I'm going to grab my coffee, people. I'll be right back.
Running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him, like, ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was
Okay, that's the only question.
okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
Active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Do children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place.
Right, because she was the only person there that didn't know there was going to be a body there when she arrived.
Them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
Haas.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing.
I'll answer that in a minute, Cindy.
As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
She looks like one of the bad guys from Scooby-Doo. Something about her facial structure.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia anytime before that moment, that morning,
No,
or that day,
no,
that week?
no.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think
Jeremy,
it
good to see you.
misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me and then I think she took off. Like she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Miss Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
She looks like old man Withers that ran the amusement park.
Some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us. Yes.
Remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was
Just
speaking
lie
to the
like
first
usual.
responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was hooking her up.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Okay, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Excellent. So, believe it or not, Cindy, this is a true story. I actually recorded it. But I went to an emergency room a couple of nights ago. Not last night, but the night before. I got there really late at night. And it happened to be one of those nights where every single person in the entire state was in there for medical care. And I swear it is a true story, but I sat down for the triage part. And there were so many people there that it probably took 25 minutes just to get to triage, where they first ask you the questions. And the woman goes, "You look so familiar." And she was very attractive. And I went, I said, "Yeah, I get that a lot." And she goes, No, are you on YouTube? And I lied, right? I went, "No." And she went, "Yeah, you're the dude that screw over Relatable Reese. Swear to God." I didn't stick around a whole lot longer. Kind of put me in a mood. If you really want to be, if you want to know the truth, I ended up leaving. I am going to a different hospital today, so that's the plan. But I'm going to get through this. I missed you guys, and I want to do this. And I needed to see Jennifer McCabe's new haircut because she just looks even more Scooby-Doo-ish. She really does look like they're going to go.
Yeah.
It's Old Man Smithers, the one that runs the amusement park.
Made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia. Did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
They weren't awake. They didn't hear all
Name
that
again?
noise.
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before.
Yeah. That's where John lost his life.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes. So I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was
It was unlocked. Whoever carried him out to the yard in the middle of the night forgot to lock it back up. You know the drill.
unlocked.
Hopefully this.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Yeah, they were all hiding.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went
Heavy
in the front
sleepers.
door. I opened the door.
It's such bullshit. I'm sorry.
I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in and I walked over to the bed and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me. So much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing?
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
what
they got a
happens?
pretty good idea what's going on.
It took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe
Okay.
again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see?
He had to ask that question.
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian
So a
Albert?
cop did
they
go in the
were-
house.
Walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the
Put a 2 in the
officer
chat if you
spoke
didn't know
to your
that.
sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did. Yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No.
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
Not sure.
Where did you go
How
when
long?
the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband Matt had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
At this point, I want to go back and show you some video.
Really?
Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
Why did he need Matt
I'd
outside?
like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
I find that really odd.
Time to put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
What cops are still in bed at 6 a.m.? Wouldn't you be up already? I don't know. Late sleepers, I guess. Well, they do drink a lot. They're power drinkers, the whole damn clan. Ruh-roh. I agree with Cindy on this. Everyone in that house knew there was a body out there. You think they were really sleeping? You buy that story?
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview.
I don't buy that for a second. I'm sorry, it just doesn't pass the smell test. And the fact that nobody went outside just stinks. First responders, they don't need any help. They got this. Hey. Maybe if he was not a Boston cop, but maybe if he was one of the locals, huh?
Could you stop there, please?
I'm telling you, she looks exactly like a villain from Scooby-Doo.
Okay, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the
You
left,
can
you see
hear 'em. They're
somebody
driving me
with a
nuts.
Blue Parker or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please?
Cindy G says, that snow isn't bad in my opinion. I hear screaming, I would be looking. Maybe not exit, but I'm an old lady too. You're also not a first responder and a cop, right? If you're a cop and a first responder and you hear screaming, you're going to go outside. You're trained. This is what you do.
Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video if we can move forward to 6:14:45, please.
Where's the flagpole? How am I missing that?
Could you stop there?
Well played, Jeremy.
Identify people on that video from right to left, if you can.
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, well, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Dead on the lawn?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
Some
believe
crooked
Kerry
cop.
Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay.
All the way to the
Do you know
left
what
is a woman?
Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.
My guess is
I
that
don't want you to guess. Just if you
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Continue, please.
Say what you will. She's a lovely woman.
Is that Kerry on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
Cindy G, you're a good person. They're not.
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please. Continue.
Hey, Roberta.
Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in the group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please.
And nobody decides to go in the house and search because they're great cops. Right? No chance he died in there. Had to have died on the lawn. What a absolute travesty of justice.
Thank you. If you could move ahead to 619, please.
Any other police department in the world is going inside to see if that man was killed in there. But they had to protect the owner of that house, who's a Boston cop. Right? They didn't want this coming back on the on an officer. Got to be that drunk Karen Reed.
Is that you, Ms. McCabe? And
You
Ms.
know,
Roberts?
Yes.
The one with the leaky balloon knot. It was a classy operation, these cops. That's a great observation, Krista Melinda. It's so choreographed. It's not always like this. I mean, there's always rehearsal and whatnot. This is horrific in terms of the prosecution, obviously having really worked with the cops. Yesterday, I was watching another content creator last night, and there was a period of time. I'm going to try to get it, and I'll give her some credit. But
Yes.
you can see the prosecutor shake his head at the
You know at which point
at Aunt Bev, like, this isn't going to work. We can go on.
Ms. Reed,
Ugly.
I believe it's right after this.
continue, please.
That was a good one. Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial was phenomenal as far as entertainment goes. This is so much different because of how much the fix is in, because of how much Auntie Bev is actively participating in this. You literally can watch the prosecutor look at her and go like this yesterday while doing the voir dire process on the guys from ARCA. There was another content creator that found it. I was watching it. I was blown away. He looks at her, shakes his head no, and then she sort of blows it off and is like, okay. And she goes right to, at that point, the next thing basically out of her mouth, like a minute later is, if I gave you 5 days to have this done, could you? But they were going to keep hammering until she got the sign from the prosecutor. It's awful, man. It looks like something you would see on a pitcher and a catcher, right? You know, she's looking for the signs and he just shakes his head. It's such a bust. I don't see any chance that Bev maintains her job when this is over.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure from
Okay.
that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23:40, please.
She looks like she might have put a little weight on. She looks a little healthier. That first trial, she was looking unhealthy. Now she's just mean. They're about to pull the mask off. It's old man Withers. Runs the amusement park.
At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
It's actually really funny, Jeremy. No joke. Like 2 years out of high school, I got pulled over by a cop, and it was a guy that I had.
Time 623 and 624, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 620, 615.
I'll tell that story later. Anyway, so this cop pulls me over, and it was a guy I used to party with. I mean, like for years, I partied with this guy hard. He came up, he's like, license, registration. I'm like, you're a cop? He's like, yeah. I said, dude, I'm leaving you. You're not writing me a ticket. I got so much dirt on you. I'm serious. It was a friend of mine from high school. He's like, you can't do that. I'm not playing. I put it in first gear and drove off. And he never came after me. But I mean, I knew this dude. Like we were homeboys. He only made it about another month. Turns out he would turn his lights on just for shits and giggles, and then he would drive really, really fast. And he ended up going through a police deal, like they were running radar, and he went by at like 110, and there was no reason for him to be, so they fired him.
Did you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lang?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
Now, I'd like to believe that the cops that show up don't already know about what happened. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I'd like to believe that when these people showed up, they would have been unaware that the cops helped kill this guy. And if that's a fact, then they're the worst cops in the world for not wanting to go inside. Or they made a decision right then, we're going to go crooked. But I'm shocked to find out that Lang was actually inside. So if he was inside, no investigation, didn't walk downstairs, didn't look around. He just walked in to say hi to some friends that he drinks with. Sadly, that's really the truth. That sounds like...
Stop, please.
Sounds like Pac-Man.
You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
yes.
of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it, yes.
Let's play it.
There's a lot more on the line for this trial, obviously.
Yes, I can see
Good
myself
point, Cindy.
walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request, Officer Lang?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please? Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it 6:39:08.
Took up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her. But then Officer Lank said that one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
She was waiting on the troopers.
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes.
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
Yes.
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is
The
Chris Albert
McAlberts.
the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Correct.
When she
Oh,
arrived,
they're all brothers.
Yes.
were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was,
Oh, I bet you did.
you know, this, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope maybe.
Yeah.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No,
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
no, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
Squirrels riding
I'm a
shotgun.
friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
I think you're right.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody just, this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed. And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout when I was still at Fairview or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what time, what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statement,
Didn't remember it for a long time.
you decided to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
Because your memory always gets
I
better
did.
over time,
You knew
you
Officer
know?
Lang?
I did.
Farther away you get from the incident.
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Trooper Proctor.
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me, and I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping, and I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this
Then why didn't you tell the cop what you heard on the telephone instead of having him come
That was
by?
gonna be a whole nother situation to deal with.
That seems odd to me.
To him on the phone before you went home or after?
A quick phone call, I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm gonna say 11:30 or after,
that a-
approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Trooper
Was there anybody
Bukaki.
else at your home?
My husband
That's a
was
tribute to
home,
the.
and my brother-in-law Brian Albert came over.
He came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or
The troopers?
yes. I not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
That wasn't the right answer.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Terry had
Leading.
given me word that John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without saying that, without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text
Yes.
messages from other people?
Yes,
And were you back out to other people?
some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Carrie and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and
You
our
said you-
sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Carrie picked me.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described
They went over to get their story straight.
weren't friends or familiar.
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
See, now they got to get to.
Were any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
1 second, folks. I'll be back in 1 second. I need to stretch here.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your two daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. The car, a repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you were at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Carrie and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter?
Um,
Don't give me a name. Kerry's
yeah.
daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Kerry's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Ms. Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lang's house. Did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support, condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lang's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having the conversation with Mr. Lang's wife,
One or two.
talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. Wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
I'm going to sustain discretion. There is disregard.
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police at the interviews you had?
There were a lot. There were a good amount.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
You're right.
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Any way I could. Even if I had to bend the truth a little bit. Looks like she's been wearing her sunglasses a lot. A little tan there. Her cheekbones.
Paper, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
What was that document?
Sorry.
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can use this as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll catch crap for saying this, but I'd like to punch that prosecutor in the throat.
Okay, I'll see what's on that.
I'm glad you got that, Jeremy. Yeah, we're going to find that she helped out a lot, right? In the first case, there was a lot of meetings that this woman had that she basically, that had been undisclosed. She got together with a bunch of these people who were witnesses and sat down and went over their story, and she did it on multiple occasions. And I would imagine that when Alan Jackson gets her on cross-exam, he's going to be going over all of that. Very kind of them to not put this on the spinning blades for our benefit. I agree with you. Violence isn't always the answer, Cindy G. But in this one, it might be fun. You know, if you watched him yesterday, the guy's just a jerk. And knowing full well that the case you're bringing is BS, this time a good punch in the throat might not be such a bad thing. I apologize. But he's just frustrating. She could use one too. Not from me, obviously, but Bev's a real tough woman to respect. You know what I mean? She's just plain crooked.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts and you try to memorialize your memory about what had happened, after that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
I'm open to suggestions, Cindy G. And now it's going to be fun. Let's get a little cross-examination. And it will be Alan Jackson. I love it. He beat the crap out of her in the first case. If you didn't watch it, she was up there for like 6 hours or something. It was bad.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you
Lies.
discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you
I
and
don't
Ms.
believe
Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Mr. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her
The big B.
her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts
She
have
hates him.
compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story.
Comparing them.
It's
Those
the
were
truth.
yours.
It's the truth.
Okay. So for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call, correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to.
Oops.
Correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Ms. Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Ms.
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
She's been trained to say yes now instead of fighting him.
She's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes.
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about things, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Ms. Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about
I bet it would.
hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes.
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Do you agree?
We've grown into friends where we talk about many other things
Sure.
besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We
Okay,
talk
so-
many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about
Look at that.
your respective perceptions of this.
Katy Perry.
This happened 3 years ago and we've talked about it
Good
time and
kitty.
time again. This case has traumatized us. So
And
it's a
talking
huge part
about-
of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it's, I'm sorry. I believe it just, I meant traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by
You're
your
an idiot.
perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met
The
with
big B.
anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No,
Do you think it was?
no, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It wasn't
sorry.
in the fall of last year.
No,
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so. Yes.
You think it might be
Amazingly, she doesn't
February,
look better
January?
smiling.
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the time frames of those conversations, then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had?
Yeah, that tincture killed him.
At approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else
Alright.
was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there,
Of
but
course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was. Yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or trooper Tully was there at 1. Trooper Buchanan was there at 1. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure,
I
understood.
apologize.
How many meetings
Lumping.
did you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say, again, I didn't write them down off the top of my head. I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either
Because-
4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and
Fascinating.
a combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have in the 5 included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough.
And they can't discuss that.
Were you asked questions?
The
in
big
those-
B won't allow it.
Four meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony. Yes.
In what format?
I
A
watched.
paper transcript, or
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me.
Yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those are the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using a.
Why was that
poor word
sustained?
for how you came across, your demeanor in the last proceeding. Objection.
Sustained.
They're not going to let her talk about how she looked like a bitch in the last one.
In any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial the last proceeding to this trial, my mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and
Stop looking like such a
answer it to the
shrew.
best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children, and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things?
They
that
always
came to
do that,
mind?
people.
You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting I think was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
If you could see a mirror, you wouldn't want to smile like that
What
ever
about the
again
second
either.
meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at other
Um,
than the dash cam video?
the pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you
We're going with the big B instead. She's no
I really
aunt.
can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick.
The
The
big
second one,
B.
one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again,
a
I'd have to
fascinating
probably
question.
Go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about your case, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these
There was
meetings were
definitely a
recorded?
change in behavior.
I do not believe so, no.
Of course they would have practiced. That's what you
Mr.
do.
Kim, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes,
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
yes,
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
yes,
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at 34 Fairview that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
yes,
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
yes,
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten,
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family.
yes,
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
yes,
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly,
okay,
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
yes,
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
yes,
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
yes,
Is there a fat
Chris
Albert in the
Albert is
family?
Canton Select Board member, is that right?
now he is, yes,
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member, did I mention Canton Select Board member?
it is in
Okay.
Canton, yes,
All right, obviously it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware,
You're not aware of that echelon?
no,
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
yes,
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
yes,
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
yes,
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
yes,
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not
Which-
100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton,
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
yes,
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
yes,
And you, Ms. McCabe, have 3 sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You
Yes.
also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes,
Michelle?
Mhm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
yes,
Nicole is also known by a nickname. Is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the
Yeah,
shortened name
Shelley
from
is.
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like
Okay.
Deedee.
She's got an underbite like a bulldog. She
Your
looks like the
father lives
cartoon
close by
bulldog.
in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes. Yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
I love
There
that
are-
little look she
I'm not
gives.
going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews.
Cindy
aunts,
G, they have
uncles.
select
There's
men.
a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing.
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does. Yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole.
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family.
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Gatherings,
Hide bodies,
the one on the 28th.
cover up murders.
Special events.
Yes.
Spend weekends together.
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January, 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabe's, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house.
I'll be back in
After
2 minutes,
party,
people.
which
I have to
about.
stretch.
That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times. You didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family. Is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you. Correct?
I'm close with Julie and Chris. Yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay, and Canton Police Department. There's also some connections there as well. Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
You know what? I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
Sorry about that, everybody, but I'm not going to be able to sit down. I'm going to stand up here for a minute.
Please rise for the jury. Jurors, right this way. Please leave your notebooks in the chairs.
Can anybody hear me now?
Please rise for the jury. Jurors, right this way. Please leave your notebooks.
Can I get a 5x5? Yeah, I do need one of those Veridesk things. In fact, that's probably on the purchase list for today. As is a inversion table. I did that last week, just briefly at a place, and it had amazing success. For probably 20 minutes, I was almost normal after hanging upside down for about 5. So I'm going to buy an inversion table today. Hopefully that's going to help out big time. I have very high hopes for that. Unfortunately, hey, there's a bird outside. Go get it. Unfortunately, this is just this is where I'm at in life. You know, we get old and different things happen, and sometimes I really thought I was going to be that the biggest concern was going to be my brain, because I've had so many problems and diagnoses surrounding the cerebral infarction. But how bird just flew up to the window and like puffed its wings against it, and I think it did it just to make Squirrel angry, and she is pissed. She would like to go outside there and eat every bird in Tucson. But yeah, now my back, and the logical thing would probably be that when I fell off that ladder, that this is probably damage from that. But I don't know. I was getting out of the car. I had gone over to do some stuff with Spanx Calhoun, and when I was coming back home, I went to get out of the car, and it was like I got into a position where all of a sudden I felt pain like I had never felt in my back, and it was just there, and it's been there very consistently since. And as I said earlier, I went to the emergency room 2 nights ago, but no lie, I got there and the person, I got the, you look really familiar. And I said, yeah, I get that a lot, which is my normal response if somebody says you look familiar, right? I'm usually not trying to go down the, hey, aren't you this guy rabbit hole? But she said, no, you don't have a YouTube channel? So I lied and said, no, I do not. And she went, yeah, you're the guy that screwed over Relatable Reese. True story. Which made me want to hang out a little less, especially because you got to laugh and joke and go, oh yeah, So yeah, it was pretty rude, honestly. I mean, for somebody that does that and then she apologized and said, oh no, but people are, I said, yeah, we're good. And I probably, I mean, to say that ran me off probably isn't realistic either. I would have stuck around if I didn't have to stick around for hours. I was there at least another 40 minutes. But the whole time you're sitting there and not getting seen, you start feeling all kinds of salty about the fact that was kind of disrespectful. And you just, so I ended up walking out of there. And I know I have to go back. It's not something that I'm going to be able to get through without seeing a doctor. But the inability to take pain meds, they're not going to write me a prescription for an opiate. So really all that they're going to be able to do is probably an acupuncturist. Honeybee, I have not seen an acupuncturist yet on my back. I have done a lot of acupuncture over the course of my life. I'm a believer. I just have not gotten to that phase on my back. Unfortunately, every time you get any kind of a problem in the US and you have insurance, you have to go through this process of going to see the first doctor, and then that doctor makes a recommendation, right? You get a referral from that doctor, and that doctor refers you to somebody who deals very specifically with pain or deals very specifically with the heart or whatever your ailment is. So they might send you to an orthopedist if they think that it's something that can be repaired. Unfortunately, what they want to do more often than not is send you to a pain specialist. And I am really limited in what I can do in terms of taking any kind of medication like that. I can, if I'm very careful, I can do things like Soma Compound, muscle relaxers, Flexerol, cyclobenzaprine, things like that, that in theory might release some of that. I may post a picture on the Lifeboat group page later. If you can see me like without a shirt on from behind, I look like a question mark. There's so much muscle clenching just above my belt line, my butt, on the right-hand side. So basically right over my right butt cheek and going up maybe 6 or 8 inches into my back, and then about 3 to 4 inches down into my butt. That's sort of that area right there. And it's just that the muscles have done this number. So if you look at me from behind, I literally curve. Like my body is not, I can't stand straight. And that's where I'm at. So, yeah, paying from pocket. I did that the other day. I went and saw a physical therapist. And if I do chiropractic or if I do stuff like that, then I just pay out of pocket. Going to like an to see somebody about acupuncture, I guess I could just look up an acupuncturist and maybe that would be a better plan. Every time I've ever worked with one, I did it by going through a pain specialist. So if you're somebody that can't take opiates, but you go see a pain specialist anyway, then they're going to do trigger points. They're going to do stim. They're going to do all kinds of these things that are not drug. They're not reliant on giving you a, something that is, a relative of the morphine molecule. So I'm wide open to anything that they're willing to do, and I'm absolutely going to be taking care of that today. I promise. I'm going to be going back in. I'm probably going to hit a different ER, not because of the person, but just because I walked out and I'm going to have to hear about that, and I don't feel like hearing about that. But on the bright side, there's one that's closer to where I live anyway. The place I went to isn't the closest hospital to my house. Long story. This is true for a lot of health insurance plans. Some require referrals written before they'll pay for a specialist at all. Yeah, that's me, Kristen Melinda. I cannot, and it's sad because when I first got my insurance, I had a concierge, and I could call the concierge and say, I'm in a hell of a lot of pain. Could you set me up to go see? And I didn't have to now because they don't do that anymore. Even if I'm not like dying, I have to go to an emergency room. This time I probably need to anyway, but no matter what's ailing me, I have to go to an emergency room, see an emergency room doctor to get a referral. It's just, our system is broken really, really badly in this country. In fact, let's keep it real. Everything in this country is broken. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the US. I love America. I really do. I am a dyed-in-the-wool lover of America. The government, however, I don't consider these days to be part of America, sadly. It's a completely different animal, and I am wildly, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not satisfied with America and how it's doing. All over is broken, I think, even Canada. Yeah. I do agree that there's a lot of this world that is broken. I don't think all of it. I really don't. I think that there are places that are doing a much better job currently than we are. And who knows, man? Never know what the future might bring. Perhaps one of these days you'll turn on the tube and see me in the south of France or somewhere else, right? South America. Find a place that's more comfortable. I'm not even joking. Seeing as as these days, what I do is all YouTube related stuff anyway. So, well, it's not all YouTube, but the vast majority of what I do is YouTube related. And for those who sent emails, you're not going to see when we say that that the lifeboat's content was purchased by somebody. They didn't purchase it to use it in its current form. They purchased it to upload it and use it as training models for artificial intelligence. And it's been an absolute blessing in terms of what it is. I mean, if everything had gone down the way that it did, and I didn't have this, I'd probably be living in a cardboard box at this point. Fortunately, the timing of this was God hooked me up in that I don't have the pressure that I had on me before to have to, prior to that, I had to be going live. I had to be doing it a couple of times a day if I wanted to pay the bills. And can't say words like rape, can't say words like sexual assault, right? You can't say any of those things because you get super hung up on the fact that they're not going to push your video, right? Or they're not going to pay you for your video. And sadly, YouTube, as much as it is an opportunity to get together and talk about things that are important to you, it's also for a lot of us, it's a business. And that sadly starts to play into a lot of it. I spent the first 4 years of my channel talking about grape and talking about sexual assault and basically playing word games to try to get around a censor, a computer censor, right? The algorithm. And there's something liberating about not caring about that anymore. Honestly, that's kind of a beautiful thing. Life always works the way it's meant to. I kind of love that, right? It's all going to come around. You saw an ad the other day for professionals to get paid for answering questions to help train AI about behavioral health topics. Interesting stuff. Yeah, that's, what's nice is that what I do is not particularly labor intensive. I take the video and they, all I have to do basically is authorize that they own the thing. And once that process is done, they take everything from there and I don't ever have to think about it again. All of us need to look for spots of hope and joy in the world and try to ignore the rest. Boy, you know what? That's a pretty decent, I really like where you're going with that. Now, people, I'm going to, because we have downtime and we are not in the presence of the jury, number one, I'm going to leave this up. But I have a big roller that I'm going to go lay on and I'm going to roll back and forth on my back so that hopefully when we are back up and running, I will be able to sit or stand or whatever and continue to weigh in on the Karen Reed trial. I thank all of you for your patience. I know that it's frustrating when the host is rolling around on a ball and it's I'm not at my best, but I do appreciate all of you and all of the support. It means an awful lot to me. Please smack that like button if you haven't. And if you haven't hit subscribe, well, for the love of God, why? All right, I am going to go and stretch out, people, and I will be back here when the big B. I agree with Cindy. I'm not calling her Auntie Bev anymore. Sounds like somebody I like, right? The old Auntie Bev. Well, she's not really a kind person, is she? She's a shrew. And the fix is in. She's doing everything she can to try to put an innocent woman in prison. So for that, I'm just going to call her the big B. And the B is obviously for Beverly. So big shout out to the big B. And I will see all of you when action gets back underway, or a little bit before that if I can get a little bit of mobility here. Is there a fat Albert? I mean, they were nailing, listing off a lot of Alberts. I thought there's got to be one fat Albert in there, right? Yes, the big B, right? Not a witch, but a Bev. All right, people, I will be back shortly. Talks amongst yourself. I'll give you a topic. Is this the most crooked judge that we have ever seen since starting to do this type of activity? Is she the worst? Let me know what you think. put me on the big one for a while, and I'll just keep an eye on Bev, the big B. I'll keep an eye on the big B, and when she pops back on, we will go live. But I thought I would come on and say hello to you between stretching. There's some funny things that we can catch up upon. If you guys have been following the Katy Perry stuff, this is one of the funniest things that, I'm sorry, it really is. It's one of the funniest things that's ever happened, because every party involved has such an amazing ego, right? From Jeff Bezos, the guy that kicked this thing off, to everybody that they put on there. This is just a group of people with really honking egos. And this, you're an astronaut or you're not an astronaut thing. It's really funny. If you watch that launch, right, and you watch how they explain what they do, they don't add up, right? So as that thing takes off, it has to hit the Kármán line, which is this invisible height, right, ceiling that once you cross, you can say you entered space. It is where, oh, we're back. We're back. We're back, we're back, we're back. All right. This is good. This is going to be the cross-examination of Jen McCabe. This is probably, at least in the last trial, I would say this was one of the most explosive parts of the entire first trial. Probably because this is a very, very hard woman to like. There's some great frozen images of her face looking like, yeah, just all nasty. When I say she looks like a villain from Scooby-Doo, I'm not far off. I'm really not. Let's see if I could put me up there. I think I like that better. Or what do you guys think? Low, you get her a little bigger. Let's do that. We'll do that if everybody, unless anybody doesn't like it. Yeah. Not exactly sure what's going on with that, people. Sorry about that. I was, my brother was bringing me some medication.
And sometimes there are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Jackson, could we please have Ms. McCabe back in here? Oh. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with.
No, but there's a 30-second delay.
We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to.
Say that again?
Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie.
Friends of Chris and Julie.
Somebody give me a 5x5.
With who?
I'd asked you about. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister.
Yes.
And obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Object.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother,
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
the Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department in April of 2023.
The feds.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview or that interview.
Interesting.
You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that
same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that.
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency. Is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022. As a witness or otherwise?
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you about, basically, about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay.
That was hard. Just
They first
answer.
contacted you telephonically. Called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right. And at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something. So I was like, oh, no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough.
So you're a liar.
However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes.
They were still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well,
They were in Boston.
Came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located.
I can't cooperate.
They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton, you knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes. Brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
It's getting juicy.
During
I wanna
the
know
course
where
of
it's
your
going.
interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you, at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you
I
indicated,
knew
I need
it.
10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
And you
told them
lied.
that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely.
That seems like something I would do. Before talking to the feds, I'd call Carrie. I mean, calling her husband, that makes sense. If the feds show up at your door, you're probably making some phone
May I have
calls.
just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
But I have a feeling maybe she called somebody else. Maybe there's a third person. I think that this, he's going somewhere with this. Looking a little nervous. Got any body behavior panel people here? Body
Yes.
language experts?
First, I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report of that interview, just generally. Yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, on reporting counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
You could review those 2 paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished.
Well, we're glad you're there safe, Krista and Melinda. Glad you got there. Apparently, dogs and cats used to sleep in the thatch roofs. And then when it would really start to rain, those roofs would break away and slide off. And sometimes you would see the cats and the dogs that were sleeping in there. That is the derivation of the phrase raining cats and dogs. See that? Tommy Scoville's nugget of knowledge. No idea. Come by for a little court, get a little knowledge. I just made that up. No, I'm kidding. That really is that really is where that phrase comes from. I got a cool email explaining a bunch of those cool things, and that was one of them. Boy, she's doing an awful lot of refreshing her memory on this thing. And this, yeah, Johnny Scoville said, I bet they used a consultant to try to make her less obnoxious. And I think he's probably right. I think from the hair all the way down, she's really made an effort to not try to fight him as much this time.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Did reviewing
And she
those
may have taken a
paragraphs
Valium.
refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially? I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency?
He said agents.
About
He
being
said
contacted in that
agents.
10-minute interval?
Ooh, not good.
Yes, I told them.
And you
Correct.
told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes,
and Carrie Roberts.
correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first 2 calls you made, your husband,
Right.
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door. I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
Don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home, correct?
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts,
Okay, yes.
you wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was
Because-
that was my next
Oh,
question.
yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if
I
you
just
enter
asked
our
yes or no.
town, she's,
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
oh, sorry, I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes,
And you also wanted to find out
She
what
hates
she
him,
told them if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling.
right?
them.
no,
Yeah, get your story
To find
straight.
out, had she been contacted? But if
yes.
she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What'd they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes, that
was
is
your
correct.
that was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes,
So that was your intent. Yes.
yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them, so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened. And that's
You
it.
called it a story earlier.
Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just
Boom.
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
there would
That's
be no
nothing
reason-
Before
more than
you
that.
even
I'm
talked to
sorry.
them, before they came in?
Go ahead, Ms. McCabe. You can finish.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming, because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
That's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells
Right?
are consistent with the stories that you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling.
How come
stories.
she can
We don't
finish?
have to compare.
Big B?
What we were telling you is just the truth. There would be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when. There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
Wow.
You asked a question.
Not about an ice cream truck.
Not about an ice cream
and then a
truck.
different question, and she responded in kind. Next question.
Thank you.
The big B.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down in paper. Correct?
No,
Yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions.
I'm sure Bev will let you.
After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true?
I had
Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
I can't answer that yes or no.
Of course you can.
Very binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie. Correct?
No.
It's is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's
Beautiful.
the way you're asking the question. If I
Okay, let
could
me ask it a different
explain, if I could explain,
Let me ask
it
a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
How many phone calls did you
The
make
agents
that day?
asked you- I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained.
Yeah. Ain't no way you're letting that in.
I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you. Sorry, they asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
You would actually contact, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. At that, or any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no.
She
correct?
was finishing her answer.
Good
I had
Lord.
said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is number
What the heck is she talking about?
Thank you. Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else,
Mhm.
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection.
Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
You imagine how hard this is?
And say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up.
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
May we approach?
Next, yes.
Can you imagine how difficult this is? The question should have been, though, how many phone calls did you make? Did you talk to two people or did you talk to more than two people? Because if you talked to more than two people, but you told the feds, which they can't say, this is the problem, people. The problem is that this interview took place with the federal government, but you can't let the jury know that the federal government was investigating Bev and her whole crew, literally, to see if this whole thing is just them trying to frame Karen Reed. And why would they think that? Well, because the case was botched so badly by the head of this entire thing, Trooper Proctor, who has since been fired. And if you know anything about how that whole process works, you basically, what it takes to get fired as a Mass State Trooper is absolutely incredible, right? Usually what happens is you get put on a desk or you get shipped to another department or you get put into another. A lot of times, if it's so bad that it's going to end your career, they'll say to you, now might be a good time to quit. We just saw this. If you look online later, there's a guy that they're calling the anabolic cop. And the exact same thing just happened to him. He beat the hell out of somebody and he was in all kinds of trouble. But before the department took any action against the guy, he gave his notice. That enabled him to go put in a job application at another law enforcement agency and immediately go back to work. And this kind of crap takes place all of the time. It really does. It's pretty hideous. What are you doing, Kat? But we're going to be watching all kinds of gymnastics being done on the part of the defense because Bev is literally not going to allow them to get anything in. You know, he said her husband's name, and then the prosecution objected, and she sustained it. She has no idea what the question was going to be. So are we to understand that because of something that happened with the feds and her husband, the name can't even be brought up? I don't know. Honestly, I have absolutely no idea why that is such a hot button issue, but hopefully we find out right now. Back at it. That was a lie. Because B refused to step down.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Look at how mad she is.
You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had
A
forgotten.
couple.
Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Jerry, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted.
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm just
Yeah.
asking yes or no. You know them?
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them. You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office.
Oh,
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney.
Thank you.
wow.
And
Wow.
you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
Wow.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Wow.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them. Correct?
No, incorrect.
No, I forgot.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
She
All of
forgot.
a sudden, you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further.
Yeah, she can't talk about her husband.
To
The husband's off limits.
January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? Other
That's a-
family members. meaning
That's a great point, Cindy.
Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along.
Yeah. Yes.
Sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not.
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well,
Especially around her
I'm
house.
not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves, and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that.
No.
Okay. You did see.
Take care, Kristen. Be safe in that weather.
Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table, sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Colakitases and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar. We were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other. I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen
That night.
the whole review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakitis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
I guess, yeah.
And you described it as
You
play
guess.
fighting, correct?
I don't, if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking you about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another,
I
correct?
don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys. Just I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video,
Mhm.
it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took fighting skills.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they didn't know punching each other.
Right.
I get that.
Mhm.
Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you
Yeah, she's
I
a
saw
liar.
them together. It's blurry, and they're kind of. I don't know really what they're doing.
Yeah, she's a liar.
Oh God, no.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully, grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Oh, so they touched each other then.
Each other like fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
No, you wouldn't.
I
You're a
didn't-
liar.
No, it was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was
Cindy,
just
the whole world
describing
is
that
watching.
with myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed, and I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There's so much
Yeah, I
focus
feel like she
on
was about
Bev.
like this to Matt
She'll
at
be
one
gone.
point. Yeah, in the video.
So let's talk about,
She'll retire.
let's talk about Brian and Brian Higgins and Brian Albert.
Mm-hmm.
Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're big guys, yeah.
Big boys.
Mhm.
A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, you, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night, correct?
Yes.
The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you.
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview.
She should have recused herself for the second trial. The fact that she didn't in and of itself is disgusting, in
When
my
you
opinion.
arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room, and they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures, so, or maybe the sun and the Marines, they might've been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Yeah, she should have recused herself. Just because of all the bad press from the first one. The fact that she didn't says volumes, right? She needed to be in control of this, because if any other judge had this, it wouldn't even come to trial.
Yeah, this is your. Thank you. Can you just take a look at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. What would be the next in order?
Exhibit F for identification.
Thank you.
I think she was afraid to let another judge take it. It would have showed how bad she was on the first one. This never should have ever come to trial. Or if it did, it should have been a cut and dry, just was she drunk and hit him by accident kind of thing. But the first time was murder one. This time's murder two. It's stupid.
What exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolf? 3. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved. With the
They
court's
got 2
permission,
wolves on
Commonwealth
staff?
Exhibit 3.
What are the odds?
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can?
Cindy G, she did.
Ms. McCabe,
The
do you
prosecution
recognize
goes-
in this photo. I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes.
What is that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house. Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these 2 windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those 2 windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of
No.
fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only 2 that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah, if you like just right there, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles? Did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you can
No.
describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked whose Jeep is that.
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
She was also wicked drunk.
Parked in front of the mailbox, is that right?
Yes.
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway, is that right?
Yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. And at any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband?
He can't ask if she talked to her husband about that. Isn't that something?
Was there any other car on
Wow.
that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I
No,
was
that's
told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
that's
was that
Colin
vehicle?
Albert,
When
Cindy
you looked
G.
that first time,
They're talking about the ATF
where
officer.
was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was a normal, it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustain.
We should be keeping track.
If
Why
in
is that
fact-
an objection?
Well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
She doesn't
Miss
remember.
Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Former Trooper Proctor.
Correct?
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there,
hmm
Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case. Correct?
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come. Yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house. Yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. We were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview.
Why did you invite him there?
As well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said. Yes.
Okay. What exactly did you say?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
But then you talked to Brian Albert.
Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words. No.
Okay, next question.
It's what was in the report, though. You see the cover up? It's vicious, man. If it was in front of another judge, he would just get that in.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert.
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins.
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since
You invited
John
him.
O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank.
Correct.
Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during
here's
that
where I am.
conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family, my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened,
And
questions like that. And I absolutely told them, but it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody. Well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not,
You're
no,
not a trained investigator.
no,
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
no.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, okay? I'm asking you whether or not factually.
This is what she did in the first trial, a lot.
Or was everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. Let me try this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family, who are witnesses, were they separated from each other? By law enforcement.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are.
Mhm.
I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th.
Absolutely, they would be separated, Cindy.
You separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then you
Mhm.
promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No,
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by
But
himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when
Well,
he arrived.
That's a lie.
testified in the past that
Yeah.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
They followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in
right.
the house for the interview.
Thank you.
And a lot of people believe he's the murderer, by the way. I'm one of them. I think he beat John
You've
O'Keefe
already
to death.
indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Uh-huh.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case,
That would have been the federal grand jury.
I don't recall what you're talking about.
do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes,
You remember testifying at the grand jury?
yes, the one back in
April. I
April.
think,
Yes, yes,
2022.
yes.
That sounds
Yeah,
right.
it sounds about right. Yeah.
You remember being there in an ante room with some other folks?
What's an ante room?
I knew she was going to say that.
Oh yeah. Mhm. Yes,
Figure it
Carrie
out.
Roberts being with you in that.
Ante
exact-
before.
yes.
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so. Yes. I'm.
So in answer to my question,
Mhm.
you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that. Procedurally, no reason to separate them. Get your story straight.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
So you got your story straight.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was a
No,
full-size German
It's a
Shepherd.
full size. Yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so,
Mhm.
you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
Roberta, I don't believe anything this woman says.
Still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running.
Karen
Chaos,
screaming.
chaos, bedlam, somebody had said, on that front lawn, correct?
Was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their block.
Right in front of 34th Fairview, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview, yes.
And on the lawn of 34th Fairview,
Yes,
where first responders were responding, correct?
yes,
And you said my client is screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts was screaming back at her,
Yes,
shut up or shut the fuck up, right?
yes.
Why is that
Then
funny?
6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes,
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that
Yeah.
right?
yes,
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
yes,
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're gonna be panicked and think.
Yeah, you're
something
lucky you
terrible
didn't get
happened.
Why
shot.
didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up? There's something we need to talk about. You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly.
Her eyes are freaky, Jeremy, for sure. I'm gonna stretch real quick, people. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all.
Objection.
Sustained.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No,
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
no,
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
no.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mhm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. It doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No.
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
No.
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
No.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have you ever
dog.
heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert? Anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
Yeah.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
That's our next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory,
Hey, everybody.
who was the last person to leave the house at 34 Fairview on the morning of the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you.
Great lawyering, by the way. Where was the dog? How did that not startle a dog? You were going in at 6 a.m., right?
At some
Dog
point,
inside?
we've already talked a little bit about this.
You're a liar.
You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds about right. hmm
German Shepherd owned by a cop.
Can we
You don't think
take
that dog
one
would
more
attack?
glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit?
I did. I will have it today. Jeremy, you're absolutely right. It's fascinating to watch him have to do this, but he's good at it. So good at it.
May I approach?
Yes.
Forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Mr. McKay.
You're right, Cindy. We need a pants on fire button.
Would you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Go.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly.
I
in
promise I'm
front
going
of
to
you,
do that emoji.
correct? That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time,
The
sorry.
first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door
Mhm.
and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
223 is Haas long to die in the cold.
Again, I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry. Lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, sorry, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
So to
sorry.
your left
Yes.
is,
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
okay,
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
all right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do. Yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagels.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car,
The-
truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out
Mhm.
the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly went, saw Miss Reed's car, and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention.
Put a 3
to,
in the
like,
chat if you
specific
think she has a
details of
tramp
cars.
stamp she got
At
freshman
some
year in
point,
college.
You did become interested.
Give me a 3.
in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house. Mr.
Yes,
Craig. She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home from came to 34 Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with folks inside the house at the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You
the
knew all
time.
this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
Jackson's on fire.
She had no involvement. What
I-
happened
I
outside
didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Objection.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient, was everyone else inside 34 Fairview when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
Of course
I don't
not.
recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he
You, would,
did tell
you were playing quarter shot at the
not
time.
to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
She's nodding.
You asked for that
Catch that?
screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night.
That's what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m., 12:23 a.m., sound right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
He keeps saying 2:23. That's when she typed in Haas long to die in the cold.
May I approach?
Yes.
Jane, I've had jobs like that.
Take a look at that transcript, that call. Can you read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to
I'd
yourself?
like to be heard.
All right, why don't you come to council? Why don't you council come to?
Sidebar. Oh boy, the big B has been waiting to scream at this guy all day long. She'd like to come over. Look how happy Karen Reed is. Jackson is kicking the hell out of her, people. If you would, no, that was me, Arwa. I typed that in. Congratulations. I think that is awesome. Moving from one phase to another is always an exciting thing. I would imagine if this door is closing, another one is opening. So congratulations. If I could get up, I'd go grab the trophy, but I'm not moving as well as I normally do. I'm having a bit of a back problem. But if you are paying attention, people, that was wicked good lawyering. I mean, it really was. There's so much that he's trying to get in that he can't. In the very beginning of today's cross, you heard him start to ask about phone calls that she's had, excluding one you had last night that we don't want to talk about. What they were talking about last night had to be what they were going to allow in and what they were not going to allow in, having to do with the feds showing up. We've already heard Alan Jackson once say, when the agents asked you, I don't know if you caught that, but as opposed to saying officers, he said agents. That's kind of a big deal. Honestly, that's not a slip up he should do. They don't want the jury knowing that the feds already investigated this because it would taint the jury. And that's legit. If you think about it, that's legit. These 12 people are supposed to be impartial, right? If they think to themselves right from Jump Street, the feds are already investigating these people, obviously there's a real big problem, right? They're dirty. You don't want that to go on. In theory, you want the jury to be completely impartial, kind of like a judge. You know, unfortunately, the big B does not seem to be too partial. 12 years. That is a long time, Arwa. On the bright side, boy, does that look good on a resume. I'm sorry, you've been working at the last place 12 years? You're hired. Right? It's one of those things where if you've had a job for a long time, it makes getting the next one really easy. It's kind of like renting. If you've been renting from the same person for 5 years, getting the next one's very, very easy, but without any kind of history. But 12 years, yeah, so it's got to be a little bit melancholy, right? You must have some mixed emotions after 12 years. That's got to be hard to walk away, right? That's a home. You know, you stay at a job 12 years, the people there become family, right? So that's got to be it's got to be you know, a bit of mixed emotions, excitement, nervousness, right? 12 years of doing the same thing. But congratulations, and it's great to see you here, Ara. It really is. I'm glad that you're here. Yeah, Cindy says, oh my, big changes. Hello, Clifton. Good to see you. I'm glad that you're here. So this is a good one, people. This is a hell of a lot of fun. I loved the dog angle. I really did. The fact that nobody came out of that house, right? When all of that noise was on the lawn is something that's been sticking in my craw for a really long time. Yet in all of that time, I never put together the dog. It's never occurred to me, right? Because allegedly they gave the dog away down the road after a while because it needed a place to run around in Vermont and blah, blah. We'll visit this later. Remind me later when they stop talking about the dog. Back to the cross-examination of Jennifer McCabe by Alan Jackson.
Take a look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we've been discussing.
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
She's back to fighting him on
It's just
everything.
what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
Is that's what you?
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection.
Objection. asked.
That was her answer. Next question.
Wow, you suck. Yeah, are you kidding me? What a shrew.
Thank you.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing.
She's going to fight him on everything. She didn't start that way, but she's been on the stand now about 4 hours. first trial, she fought him on everything. If he said, "Is your name Jen McCabe?" she fought him. I think she's been coached. She's trying to come across a lot less harsh and nasty. Yeah. Why was the dog not going ape, you know what, when all of that noise was going on the lawn? Because they killed the dog that night. Bank on it. They got rid of that dog that night.
Does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not reflect your recollection as to the time.
Of course it does. And that's always done.
I can read the time, but in my memory.
Not my question. I have to do it this way. This is
Okay,
basically-
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
I remember. I don't. Sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
And that's how it's done every
From
witness.
Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I
And that-
did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
What's wrong?
Just that
She's
question.
she's waiting for the objection.
Something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe.
She's not gonna save you.
Something
And it
similar.
was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, "I've arrived." In other
Yes.
words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside?
soon after she went out, she talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
not according to.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
Okay.
it's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the
Mhm.
lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going
Mhm.
to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this,
Mhm.
as you're looking out that storm door window,
Mhm.
going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep, is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car,
Do
and
you
then I
remember-
went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep,
Mhm.
a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
That wasn't the question.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins' Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that.
Mhm.
What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck,
Mhm.
or SUV rather. Just behind that to the left, as you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV? Correct?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it there. I mean, it's a 5,000-pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
She saw it.
I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked, you saw Brian Nagel's truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the
Boy, she is beating the piss out of that microphone.
lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
May I have one more question?
one more question.
Where
Save him, Bev.
the Jeep, was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two? Same question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there. And in my peripheral vision, I saw lights. And then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
Oh,
All right, Jerry, take our lunch and recess, and Ms. McCabe, you can follow up right behind the jurors, we'll stay up for 45.
Bev's going to go eat her a little bit of Xanax, right?
Goodbye.
5 people she called. Folks, if you were watching earlier, great testimony. I mean, fire testimony where Alan Jackson had Miss Karen Reed on the stand. And the first of all, if you watched the first trial, she has changed pretty dramatically from the first trial to the second. But now we've got testimony in the second trial we didn't have in the first one. And it is in relation to the feds coming by. We never heard this in the first trial. This is the feds coming by to interrogate Jen McCabe. When they get there, she lies and says she's not Jen McCabe, right? According to her, she thought the people at the doors might have been Jehovah's Witnesses or trying to sell them something or, whatever. So she lies. They go outside and they call her. And when they do, they said, we'd like to come in and ask you a couple of questions. She says, yeah, that's cool. Can you give me about 10 minutes? Hadn't brushed her grill, apparently. And from the look of it, right, that would be a grill you'd want to brush in the morning. She just looks like she might have that damn morning breath. You know what I mean? But anyway, she wanted to get her fangs brushed, and she wanted to get herself in some kind of semblance before they came in. I think that's legit. Nobody can begrudge her that. And obviously, she called her husband, right? And then she called her best friend, that chick that she met, Carrie, called her, right? To get her story straight. But those are the 2 people she called. When her husband gets there, because she told him to come home, the husband must have said to her, because they're not letting us hear this, but the husband had to have said, it kind of got snuck in. In other words, the question was asked, there was an objection, it was sustained. So you're supposed to strike it from the record. But we know then that when her husband got there, he said, what the actual hell? Because she told the FBI when they said, did you call anybody after we told you we were coming in here? She said, yes. I called my husband. He's on the way here. And I called Carrie Roberts. Those are the only 2 people I called. And they said, if you lie to us, that's a crime. And by the way, if you lie to the feds, it's 12 years. No lie. They can give you up to 12 years for that. And as it turns out, she did lie. She says it wasn't a lie. She simply forgot that she called an additional person or 5. She called 5 people. She called the prosecuting attorney's office, right, to talk to her advocate, allegedly. And then she called everybody that's got anything to do with this case. I mean, honestly, she called everybody that's got anything to do with this case. Kristen, good to see you. Glad that you weathered the cats and dogs. This is getting into some stuff that it's fun when, she misremembered. She misremembered, right? Well, 5 extra calls, not to be technical, 5 extra calls. She called her husband and she called Kerry Roberts and then she called 5 other people, right? You can see how someone could forget that. I mean, this was weeks ago. I'm partying now. No, but literally she forgot it because it had been a good 25 or 30 minutes. It had been 25 or 30 minutes. Amazingly, right? When the cops asked her if she had called anybody, she had no problem popping those first 2 right off the top, right? No problem at all. Whoa, hey, Johnny, you got a shout out from Jeremy Fowler. The that people, I'm sorry, was just good lawyering. It was absolutely beautiful. And then the other point that I was making while we were at sidebar is that the amount of action that was going on the front lawn, and she wants to parse words and say, well, it wasn't directly on the front lawn. It was sort of to the side. If you look at the house at Fairview, when she says it's to the side, she means that all of the action was lined up from the flagpole heading out away from Fairview, away from the house, right? That's still 3/4 of their lawn or half of their lawn. Now, ambulances pulled up, you had lights flashing, you had cops, you had people screaming, right? One woman screaming because she thinks that she just lost her the love of her life. And another one screaming for her to shut the F up, because that's what you do, right? When someone's panicking, right? That's kind of how that goes down. But in the midst of all of this, Jen McCabe thinks it'd be a good idea to go in and tell her sister and her brother-in-law, the people that live in there, the McAlberts, to go in there and tell the Alberts that, hey, this is going on in your lawn. It didn't wake them up, which is astounding. It also didn't get their dog to bark. They had a dog the night before. Where's the dog? That's really important stuff. Wicked important. I don't understand. I think it's absolutely, if I were doing a closing argument, boy, would I pound on that. What happened to the dog, right? This is a big German Shepherd. Well, the dog did what a dog is supposed to do. And allegedly, this dog didn't like people anyway. He had issues with people. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's the environment, right? These are a bunch of testosterone-filled, beer-swilling jugheads, right? They were squaring off, fighting in the bar. Yeah, okay, grab ass, whatever. What are you, 50? These guys are my age. You know, it's been since I squared off with somebody, unless I was serious. I mean, you don't do that stuff after college, do you? Is it me? Am I being an old man? I honestly don't remember that kind of farting around with, but I also don't get loaded, right? I don't do a lot of drinking. I shouldn't say that. I drink, but I never drink more than 2 beers. It's like my cutoff.
20 years since we've done that.
Yeah. I mean, my brother and I used to do it when we were younger. We used to break stuff all the time, but we never did it sober, right? We destroyed some stuff in the house a couple of times, and I did a number on a disposable automobile that Johnny had on his birthday. Well, we both did. But there's always booze involved. You know, alcohol is an ugly drug. Since we're on the lifeboat, we may as well mention it. It's an ugly drug. Now, Jordan Peterson dropped a statistic that 50% of people that commit murders are drunk when it happens. I don't know if it's true, but I tend to believe it. And that 50% of people who are murdered are also drunk when they're murdered. Honestly, I thought those numbers sounded low. It was a disposable automobile. What was the name of that chunk of crap?
The what?
The disposable automobile we destroyed.
It was a Geo Tracker.
It was a Geo Tracker. They were cool as hell looking, but they were absolutely disposable. Like, make no mistake. The Geo Tracker was a car that you bought. Well, yeah, I mean, at that time of our life, we were anything we had was kind of disposable. Is there body cam footage of this shit show? Yeah, there is. Roberta. There is body cam footage of this. It's limited, and you're not going to see. But yeah, you absolutely can see some body cam footage of it. By the time, here's the deal. Look, the reason that Karen was panicking the way she was, and the reason she was saying, "Oh my God, could I have hit him?" is because Karen was blacked out from the night before. I promise you, to some degree, she didn't remember a lot of what happened the night before. And she was questioning crap the way that you do when you've blacked out and things are starting to come back together, right? She's looking at a guy laying on the ground and she's thinking to herself, my God, if he never went inside, right? And you're going to have those liars whose dog disappeared magically. Those liars are going to be going, yeah, no, John never came in here. At first, if you're Karen Reed, why would you have any reason to doubt them? In fact, if Turtle Boy didn't come along, why would you have any reason to doubt them? As far as Karen Reed knew, she screwed up. When you're that liquored up, right? They document 14 drinks or something. That's a lot of booze, people. You know, it's more than a 12-pack of beer. It's a lot of booze, especially consumed in a very short period of time. Do the neighbors or surrounding areas have cameras or CCTV? No, there's nothing that they could benefit from anything that way. They did a lot of. They really canvassed the hell out of this. And when I say they, I mean both parties. First, the prosecution team went around and made sure that if there was any cameras anywhere that were going to benefit the defense, that those cameras either stopped functioning, short clips of film disappear. I'm not being funny at all, right? There was a camera that could have showed Karen Reed's taillight, but there's a section of film that just magically disappeared. Kind of like the Sallyport video where they brought Karen Reed's car to. This would be the Camden PD Sallyport. They brought that car in, but when they show the film of it, we're looking at the reverse side of the car. You don't realize that. When you first look at it, you're like, driver's side door, right? That back. But then you start to notice little things like stickers for where, things should be on the car, or the fuel door, things like that. They inverted the timestamp as well. And that can make you not look at the timestamp, right? If the timestamp's inverted, it's kind of hard to hell to read. So you stop using it as a tool. You start blowing that off, right? What's the point kind of a thing? Well, it's actually kind of a big deal, because if you let that continue to run, what you find out is there's a section of it missing. Oh, we don't know what happened. The tape machine can stick or something like that. Because what you see is people magically appear in the background, right? There wasn't a person there, and all of a sudden there is. Well, that's what happens when you cut film, right? When you pull stuff out, that's how, you stop the film. And then all of a sudden, when you bring the next clip up, there was somebody that's walking in. It is a shit show. There's not a better way to put it. It's an epic fecal show. And it started with Trooper Proctor doing nothing on this case. Doing nothing. I don't care if you were not a cop. I don't care if you knew nothing about police work. And they said, this is it. It's your first day, man, right? You went from being a pizza cook to a cop. And you show up and they go, here's the guy. He's dead on the front lawn. Get a look at his face. Jacked up, punched in the face, looking really bad. He's got what looks like deep cuts, lacerations, something, maybe a bite on his arm, but no other injuries. Arm and face, that's it. And he's laying on the front lawn, right, of this house. Your first day, you might go, maybe I ought to go inside the house. And if you knocked on the door and they said, yeah, well, there was a party last night. Oh, we do happen to know that guy. He's a cop. We know him. You'd go, oh, okay, then we have no reason whatsoever to come into your house. We have no reason to look around your place at all, even though this is the murder scene. But see, that's not the murder scene to them. The murder scene to them takes place only on the front lawn. Somebody said earlier, I hope that when this is over, that they'll catch who did it and put that person away. I have news for you. That's not going to happen. It isn't. There's just no chance it's going to happen. And the reason it's not going to happen is there's no evidence. You have to build a case, right? And they built a case against the wrong person. Everything they did was not to gather evidence. It was to convict Karen Reed. They got rid of anything that would have been right? Anything that could have that could have benefited Karen Reed disappeared, scrubbed. The evidence has no chain of custody. From the time they picked it up to the time it ends up in court, we have no idea where it went, what happened to it, nothing. No idea. None. All we know is this, that of all of the parties involved, 3/4 of them are cops, right? Or some form of law enforcement. They all know each other. They go to each other's weddings. They hang out. Their kids hang out. Everybody except Karen Reed. That's it. The only person that isn't a part of this family, cha-ching, is Karen Reed. So Karen Reed had to take the fall on this. But according to Jackson, and I'll tell you what, you can put a 3 in the chat if you think Jackson is delivering on everything he said in his opening statement, right? But what he said, I mean, so far he's killing it. But what he said he's going to prove is, number one, that he went in that house. Now, we haven't got to that part yet, but he's going to prove that John O'Keefe went in that house. If you could prove John O'Keefe went in that house, this whole case is over, because it proves everybody in this case except Karen Reed's a liar. All right? And trust and believe that is exactly what happened. Am I hearing the eye of the tiger? I don't want to get a... Crazy. I swear to you, I thought I heard eye of the tiger. Did anyone else hear that? Every time I hear Trupa Procta with that accent, I think Chupacabra. Not much of a big difference. Nope, not much of a big difference. Proctor is absolutely the scum of the earth. The way he talked about Karen Reed. Now, look, I'm one to talk about things that, you say things and you don't know that the world's going to hear them, right? And sometimes that can, but he said a lot of things to a lot of guys he went to high school with on the very first night of this case. He started texting with all of these guys that he went to high school with. And he started texting about Karen Reed as if you might have seen her at a bar. He wasn't describing somebody, and he said right from Jump Street, she's guilty. This is the cop that's going to be investigating this. Now, keep in mind, he hadn't been out to the crime scene yet. No evidence had been gathered, nothing. Now, if that's not a rush to judgment, I don't know what is. And then he talked about her, what she looked like and about medical problems that she had relating to her fundament, her backside, being leaky, having a leaky balloon knot was the, and then, of course, Jackson made him read it from the stand. The man's been fired for what an asshat he was. And look, stuff that you say, to your friends, all right, maybe that's stupid, right? And it's juvenile, and it just says a lot about who these hard drinking idiots are. But to say she's guilty the first night is a problem, right? And that's not just a problem of you being a stupid person and saying stupid things. It's a case that's wildly tainted. You can no longer look at this and say, well, it's objective. There's nothing objective about it. You already decided. And one of the questions that was really kind of key was, one of the guys said, what about the homeowner, right? What about Albert, guy that owns the house? Is he in trouble? Nah, he's a Boston cop too. How do you take that answer any other way other than we protect cops? No, he's not in any trouble. That should be the end of your answer. No, he's not in any trouble because the person never even entered the house. No, he's not in any trouble because the person got drunk at a bar and this had nothing to do with him. No, he's not in any trouble because he's a Boston cop too, right? He didn't say cuz. Would have been nice if he did, but it's what he meant. No, he's not going to be in any trouble. He's a Boston cop too. That's it. 100% fits like a glove, and she's the scapegoat. Trouble is, right? The problem is they didn't know Turtle Boy was going to jump in on this. And they didn't know that Turtle Boy was going to get people like you, right? Cindy G, Jeremy Fowler, the Arabian Bard, Kristen Melinda, Jane Aldrich, right? People like you who are going to look at this thing, or people like me that are going to look at this thing and go, this doesn't smell right. You see, Trupa Procta thought this would be just another case that they pushed through Auntie Bev. And I'm saying that because that's what he calls her, right? The big B. But he figures this is just another case we're going to push through Auntie Bev's court, right? No big deal. No big deal. We'll hang this on the college professor, right? Yada, yada. Boom. We're done. We get this thing put together and we could all be back at the waterfall getting hammered by the weekend. Trouble is, didn't go down that way. She got a wicked good attorney, right? She got a great legal team. And then Turtle Boy did a lot of homework. And he showed up with some really, really amazing, what's the word I'm looking for? Discovery. Stuff that nobody knew about. And then we started finding out some really weird stuff, like this Haas long to die, right? Now, did she put that in first thing in the morning? There are experts who say that that was a safari search that she did at 6 a.m. We're going to probably hear another expert that's going to say the exact opposite. He's going to say that at 2:23, the woman that you just saw testifying, 2:23 a.m., when, according to the prosecution, John is laying on the front lawn dying. She typed into her phone, Haas long to die in the cold, misspelled it. Now, did that really happen? I'll tell you what, I don't think it did. I think she did it at 6 o'clock the next day. That makes more sense to me, honestly, because I don't think that she was worried about him being on the lawn, right? I think when she left that house, when everybody left that house, he was dead in the basement. He wasn't on the front lawn, and they didn't put him on the front lawn immediately and let him sit there. That didn't go down like that. That's not what I think happened. Because Alan Jackson says that we're going to hear from a forensic pathologist who's going to tell us that there was no hypothermic action at all taking place in his body. There was no signs of hypothermia at all. If that's the case, it's because they kept him inside and let him die in there, right? After he gets hit in the head with whatever hit him in the head, we're guessing the stairs, right? After a fist fight. This is all speculation. But that as he fell backwards, he took the stair to the back of the head. The forensic pathologist that is going to testify is going to tell us that when that happened, that was it. That shot to the head made it impossible for John O'Keefe to speak, to walk around, to do anything. From the moment that thing hit the back of his head, his computer was turned off. If that's the case, then they let him die. Plain and simple. They let him lay there until he was dead, and then they put him out on the lawn. And I don't know what their plan was, right? Because his face had had the hell kicked out of him, and he had a broken glass, apparently, or they thought he had a broken glass in his hand. Maybe they were going to, I don't know that they were planning on trying to frame this on Karen from the start. I don't know. I think that there was a lot of talking that went back and forth among all of the people. And today, Alan Jackson did a hell of a job of showing how Jen McCabe, from the very first day that this started, she put together a timeline for all of the people to share and look at. She has been absolutely instrumental as like the puppet master of all of the people that are involved on the prosecution side of this, right? Just some of the stuff is so bizarre to me. Like having Brian Higgins drive her to the interrogation she was going to do with Trooper Proctor. Why the hell would you have him drive you there? It doesn't make sense. By the way, they weren't super tight. They had met apparently right before. Like that wasn't a guy that she hung out with all the time, right? Brian, that was fair. Well, but she needed Brian Higgins to tell her the story, to go over it again. Nothing else makes sense. It's amazing how they all get together for an interrogation and they sit in the same room and shoot the breeze and then go in one at a time and come back into the same room. Is that the funniest crap you've ever heard? I mean, look, people, when you do interrogations, trust me, I know something about this. When you get interrogated, the first damn thing they do is get you as far away from your friends as you possibly can be. They will not transport you to the police station in the same car. Now, if you're saying to yourself, I went to the police station with 3 of my friends in the back of the car, well, then you were probably just loaded, right? You did something stupid that they didn't need to ask you questions about. But if there was a robbery or if there was a shooting or if there was something like that, they separate the crap out of everybody instantly. They don't want you to have an opportunity to get your story straight. And they want to work something that in law enforcement is called the prisoner's dilemma. The prisoner's dilemma is when you separate three people, right? None of them know if the other one is already cutting a deal and throwing you under the bus. And as criminals go, the person that cuts the deal first is going to get feet back on the street at some point in their life, right? Unless it is a heinous crime, the person that cuts the deal and rolls over on everybody else is probably going to walk at some point in their life. So if you can separate them and have them sit in the different rooms, they're all wondering, oh, I wonder if that SOB is in there turning on me. And it's normally one of the catalysts that makes everybody turn. By the way, in the United States of America, the law enforcement can walk in. They got Johnny Scoville in one room. They got me in another. They can walk in there and go, your brother just told us everything. Said you did it. Told us exactly from start to finish. Said he's got no intention of going down on this thing, and he just gave you up. That's legal. Now, you tell a lie to that Fed, and as we just heard, it can carry 12 years in prison. We got an interesting system as far as that goes in the U.S. There's a lot of people that really take umbrage with the fact that they can lie and tell you everything. Yeah, apparently Johnny does too. But we are probably going to be seeing about another 10 to 15 minute break, and then we're going to be back on the stand with the last of the the last of the day. I don't think they're going to get through her testimony in one day. They might. Last time it went on, I think it took 2 days last time, didn't it? No, Roberta, Diddy can't. It's too late for Diddy to, unless Diddy gets busy real soon. He turned down the plea deal. Diddy was offered a plea deal and he turned it down because it was too much time. Even if he were to roll over on people, he's going to turn it down. They're not going to be able to give him a good enough deal for that egomaniac to take it, right? Diddy has no intention of going away for 25 or 35 years. And he would have been doing probably close to 30. And that is based on everything going right on planet Earth, right? That's you not losing any of your good time. And they're going to lie to you. As an inmate getting ready to go to the feds, your lawyer is going to lie to you. I'm sorry. If you're a lawyer and you're hearing this, maybe you don't know you're doing it. But every single federal lawyer will look at his client in the face and say to him, here's how it's going to work. You can get a year off your sentence for doing the residential drug program. They call it RDAP. So you get 1 year off for RDAP. Let's say you got a 10-year sentence, right? You're going to do 85% of it. So you're going to get a year and a half off for that. So there's 2.5 years off of your sentence right there. And if you, let's say you don't have a GED, if you get your GED and they give you all of these promises of how much time you can get off. And then they say, oh, and if you do the drug program, you're guaranteed to get a year and a half of halfway house. So you got a 10-year sentence, and they're saying to you, yeah, you'll be out in like 5.5 tops. There's no way in hell that's going to happen. There is no way in hell that's going to happen. Number one, the RDAP program, there's an endless wait list for RDAP. She's right. There is an endless wait list to get into RDAP. And when you do get into RDAP, you get in there, right? Like, because my lawyer said to me, told the judge, we need him to get into RDAP, right? And I'm good, right? Get the judge to tell me I can go into RDAP because I'm going to get a year and a half off my sentence for it, right? Now I get in there and they go, oh, you can't get the year and a half off. And I said, why the hell not? And they were like, well, you're guilty of a violent crime. And I was like, how is it a violent crime? They said, bank robbery is a violent crime. I was like, but there was no violence in this bank robbery. Like, first of all, I pled to a conspiracy. I wasn't even in the bank, right? I was at home on a couch, if you believe the feds, right? So how is this violent? In its nature, it's a violent crime. In its nature, because they assume if someone tries to stop you, you're going to kill them, right? That kind of a thing. So it is considered in its nature a violent crime. So nobody gets, now you're sitting in a drug program, taking up time, and there's a guy on a waiting list to get into that drug program. He can get a year and a half off his sentence, right? So I'm in there getting nothing. And if the fellas find out you're in there on a violent crime, they are gonna get PO'd, right? They will get pissed that you're in there doing the RDAP program and not getting time off it because you're screwing over somebody else. It's just how it goes. You're screwing over somebody that actually could get that time off their sentence. Now, if you're lucky enough to get that time off your sentence, you're not going to get a year and a half of halfway house, right? That's a lie. You will get a year of halfway house, But during that year, you have to do the second phase of RDAP, which is the street version of it. And you got no idea. You got no idea just how intensive that is. You're going to be going to meetings 5 days a week. That's no lie. And you're going to be doing an hour to an hour and a half a meeting, and you're going to be doing it 5 times a week. And most guys can't do it. They end up getting bounced out, not because they couldn't do freedom, but because they couldn't do freedom and still manage all of that crap they had to do from RDAP. So I don't know. It's kind of it's a trap, is what it is. It's an ugly, ugly trap. But this, when we resume, folks, when we get this thing back up and running, the line of questioning with this witness is going to be fascinating to watch because there is so much that the judge has already. They've had 3 sidebars, right? Sidebars. There was like 3 of them, maybe 4 of them. The fact that that the federal government investigated this entire prosecution, right? This prosecution got investigated, and it was deemed to be horrific police work. They didn't find anything criminal, which, I mean, look, law enforcement protects law enforcement in a really big way, in my humble opinion. I think that they want so badly to not, well, let's put it this way. Find me a case anywhere of a law enforcement officer who's been charged with perjury. It doesn't happen, ever. But you know how many times a day a law enforcement officer is going to perjure themselves on the stand and get caught? Happens every single day in this country, right? They'll come up and they'll prove that what the guy just said was a lie, and they're saying it to try to get somebody put in prison. But there's not a judge in the world who's willing to sign out, right, on that. And there's not a prosecutor that wants to prosecute a cop, because now you lose all the cops. None of the cops are ever going to want to deal with you or work with you, and it just screws up. So the chick holding the 2 scales of justice, she's not blindfolded. It's a really nice concept, right? It's a beautiful concept, but there's no truth to it. She's not blindfolded, and the proof of that, if she were blindfolded, she wouldn't know the guy sitting in the witness box or the person on trial. They wouldn't know if that person was white or black. If she was blindfolded, she'd have no idea. But I want to tell you something. If a guy comes walking in and his neck is tattooed, right, and he's got a swastika on the top of his head, and a lot of guys do, right? In prison, a ton of them do. And that guy gets out, gets in a halfway house, whatever. When he goes back in front of anybody, he's guilty before they even start. I promise you, that's how it goes down. Now, you could say to yourself, well, maybe they shouldn't have put a swastika on the top of their head, and I would absolutely agree with you on that one. But they've done studies. There are colleges that have studied this. We are massively affected by how the person looks as soon as they walk in the room. If you take the exact same cases and you put them through and you don't allow people to see what the defendant looks like, it has a completely different outcome. That's terrifying. It's terrifying, right? It means if you're going to be a criminal, at least be one that looks like Ted Bundy, right? Be white, have some blue eyes, don't get a lot of tattoos, right? Try to be half-ass articulate, and you got a much better chance of getting through the system than if you're none of the above, right? And like so often happens in this country, we do knee-jerk reactions. I've told the story a bunch of times, but the day that I got sentenced for the gun running stuff, there was a gentleman that I was in jail with. So we were in the same pod, same unit. We went down together. He had the exact same crime. The only difference was it was his 3rd time around. He had 3 felon in possession of a firearm charges. I had 1 more gun on my case than he did, but neither of us got caught with 1. We got caught with a crap load, but almost the same amount. I did have 1 more gun than he did. I didn't have any obliterated serial numbers. Neither did he. Both of us had high capacity magazines, all of the stuff. I mean, we really had mirror cases. He got 34 months, right? And I got a touch under 13 years. And when I got out and I was talking to my attorney, he said, you have the wrong complexion for this time of year for what's going on right now in the country. I mean, this was during, the height of it. He said, if you you would have had a much better shot. And that's, you know what? Maybe that's justice. They sure as hell got screwed for every single other day, right, of the legal system. Honestly, it is not. It's not a colorblind system. It is a horrifically racist system, and they're trying to do things to fix it. But like the crack laws, where if that doesn't just scream, white guys snorted blow, right? Especially in the 80s, it was a very popular thing. Lawyers, doctors, right? You twisted up $100 bill. It was this whole lifestyle garbage BS. And it was celebrated. We had Miami Vice, right? That was a network television show that was basically about cocaine. It was a very big thing in the 80s. Once people started smoking it, it went from $100 a gram drug to something you could buy a rock for $10. And they considered that dirty. They didn't consider cocaine dirty. But if you got caught with an ounce of cocaine and you got caught with an ounce of crack, the guy that got caught with the ounce of crack, they were going to charge him as if he had, at a minimum, 10 ounces. And they could go as high as 20 to 25. A 25 to 1 split. Like, we're just going to charge you 25 times more for crack than we do for coke. Doesn't make any sense because you need the coke to make the crack. It's not like they're two different drugs, right? You're just catching one before the person cooks it. Insane. But it was just a racist law, and it put a bunch of black people in prison. And while I was in there, they had to fix it because it was, you know, you can fly under the radar until people finally go, hey, wait, that's the most racist thing ever. But that's because when they were writing the laws, you know, a little late at night, doing a little key bump, right? Or taking a bullet and doing a little snort. They might have even been laying one out on the back of the toilet, right? A little line, come back in, write up the law. So that wasn't the dirty drug. It was a white drug. Sorry, but it's the truth, man. All right, I have to stretch people. But as soon as I see, I will be back. I definitely want to be here for the last of the McCabe. I just got to go get on my little thing and start rolling back and forth. My back is, I'd let you see me get up, but it's really an embarrassing. All right, I will be back shortly, people. Don't go anywhere. We are about to get back underway on the Karen Reed trial. I will leave you with Bev's spiraling OnlyFans. There it is. It's OnlyFans. I will be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. I've been thinking about maybe reaching out to Jen McCabe. I figured by the time this is over, her husband's probably going to be taken off. I think she and I could be something. Doesn't she seem like a sweet woman? Sorry, I'm joking. Obviously, Jennifer is not the nicest of people. She just has that look that just screams, I'm not a very nice person, right? For real. She's kind of, but I'm never dating again. If I did, though, that'd probably be my luck. The second go around for every single person that they put on the stand in this trial is going to look similar to what we're seeing now. And you're going to see things in any case that you've ever watched. Any single time there's an opportunity for somebody to put something in front of you. So let's say I subpoena your phone records and I say, Arwa, on the 13th, you called so-and-so at 4:00, and Ira goes, I don't know what I was doing on the 13th. Would it refresh your memory if I were to show you, right, the call logs from that date? Then they say to the judge, can I approach? They go up, they hand that over. Ira starts looking at it. Now, does that refresh your memory? It is standard operating procedure. This is how it is done every single time. For the first time ever today, I heard a witness say, yeah, that doesn't refresh my memory. Right? What do you mean it doesn't refresh your memory? You're friggin' reading it, right? It's proving to you what the memory is. And Bev was letting her get away with it. The judge was cool with saying to the attorney, she answered your question. That would never happen. I mean, there are so many videos done by people so much better than I am, right? About Beverly. There is a woman, and I feel terrible because I can't think of her name. I promise you I will get it, and I will talk about it the next time we're live because I just happened to catch it last night. But she did she's got dark hair. I wish I could remember the name of the channel. But she was showing the attorney, the prosecuting attorney. This was during the voir dire process that they were having yesterday, right? Remember when they let the jury go? They had on the stand the gentleman that worked for ARCA. These are Canadians that had been pulling data off of the phones, right? And the prosecutor is running roughshod because there's no jury there. So he's acting like an asshat. And he's trying to get this guy to admit that there was a little something on the side. You got a little cash. If you didn't get cash, you got some kind of enticement. Like, did they give you a vacation, a car allowance? What did they do for you? They had to have done something. Truth be told, they didn't do anything. The guy had been paid by the federal government and they had just hired him. First time they had ever seen each other in person was the day that the guy was put on the stand. Now, the prosecutor's crooked. He could never buy that. There was no way in his head that could possibly be the case. So he's grilling this dude. And when he realizes he's getting nothing, he's standing right next to the box. And he looks at the judge and he goes, shakes his head no. And not like a big one. It was right? He's like a pitcher and a catcher, right? The pitcher's looking down the mound. Dude, no lie, looks over and shakes it off. Shortly thereafter, it ends. And Bev says to him, hey, would you be ready to go in 5 days? These people are working together so much, it's disgusting. Did anyone see that video? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Let me see if I can find it really quickly. You know what? I won't be able to do it while I'm live with you guys. That sucks. But if you just look for people that are beating on Auntie Bev, right? Sorry. Yeah, the back and forth, right? From this point forward on every single witness. Watch how no one else is ever going to get away with saying that doesn't refresh my memory. Because in every single person we put on the stand for the entire time, whether you're the prosecution, whether you're the defense, anybody that goes on the stand in this damn case has already been on the stand. More likely They've been on the stand at least once. A lot of them have been on the stand more than once and have been, counting grand juries and all of that. There are so many places that these people have given testimony, right? So, hey, Nick, you had an opportunity. I watch trials as a hobby. I've never seen such a biased judge, no question, right? I mean, that's kind of what I do too, Nick D, because I watch these things as a hobby. And I've been in a decent number of courtrooms, unfortunately, although never once did I ever go to the box. I never once took anything to trial. It's not, it doesn't really pay off, right? The taking a deal usually gets you a whole hell of a lot less time. But this is, Karen Reed is put into a situation where there really is absolutely no other option, right? This is one of those cases where there's so much crap tied up in all of this. It's terrifying, literally terrifying, because you've got police departments and families, familial ties going back, that these towns are owned by these people. And I mean, I'm being facetious, but they're such a huge part of these communities. And if you've never lived in New England, there's something really unique about New England cops. And maybe it's because if you're a cop in LA, there's probably not a great chance that, there's 9 generations of you. But think of how long you could have been a Boston cop, right? We're talking about the earliest settlements in this part of the world. You had an opportunity to be a cop in Boston going back a really, really long time. And I've talked about this many times on the boat, but what happens when you get generational police officers, when you get one cop after another, they tell stories. It's all cops talk about their jobs. It's all they talk about. And you know what? They don't talk about doing it right. When they tell the great stories from their careers, I mean, you end up hearing these guys talk. And I've said a million times how they are in prison too. If you hear prison guards sit around and talk, they're talking about beating the piss out of inmates. They're not talking about just doing their job. They're talking about the fight that they had to get in where they literally had to put knuckles on a guy, or I had to tase him 3 times, or I had to pepper spray the crap out of him. And if this is all you hear, it starts to, each generation takes this a little bit further. And if it's the other way, and if you got cops that say, yeah, we had this guy and he didn't want to confess, so we took him in the basement, we beat the piss out of him. He ended up telling us where the kid is. We saved the child's life. Well, that's great. Right? It is. You got the guy to tell you where the kid is. That's awesome. But those stories, right? You end up with people that push it and push it and push it. You end up with 30 cops. And I promise you, the reason that this is my humble opinion, right? Humble opinion. But the reason that Bev is so in the tank, Nick Day, is because once you get somebody like this to sign off on something they shouldn't, you own them. It's like an inmate getting a prison guard to bring in a bag of dope. You bring in the first one, you're going to bring in more, right? Because that inmate will blackmail you if you don't, right? You're going to keep bringing it in, or we're just going to tell them that you did this, right? Straight up. They'll check cameras. They'll see the 2 of us talking. Oh, you're going to keep bringing dope in. That's why the dumbest thing in the entire world, anybody could ever do is work with an inmate. You start bringing stuff in, they're going to own you. It sounds crazy, but the inmate's got nothing to lose, right? The cops got the guards got everything to lose. But we got cops in this, and we got judges in this that it's so outside the norm what's going on here. It's so in the tank with what Bev is doing that it's got to start making you wonder. But you don't have to be a rocket scientist to think of a scenario, just a what if, people, right? I'm not saying this has happened. I'm just saying it could happen wicked easy. But you go in and you say, hey, Bev, I need you to sign off on a search warrant, right? This guy's a piece of shit. He's dealing drugs. He's dealing them at high schools, elementary schools. He's got guys out on every corner. We know he's got dope in the house. Great. What's the evidence he's got dope in the house? Well, there's no other houses he goes to. Oh, so you got nothing really that says there's anything in that house other than the fact that you're pretty sure the guy's a dope dealer. Well, that's not good enough to get a warrant. Bev, we really need a warrant, right? If we get a warrant on this, then we get this guy. It's over. It's done. You feel me? I need your help on this one. Can you help me? She signs one of those warrants she shouldn't, and it's all over but the crying. And I'm not being funny. You understand where this goes? Now, all of a sudden, they're in cahoots. They've done something to deprive someone of their civil liberties, of their rights as a citizen. And then it gets easier, doesn't it? I mean, if you do one of those, right, you need her to look the other way, or you need her to sign a warrant, or you need her to taint a case. Mittens, 1970 says, from Boston, and this trial is infuriating. I don't see how anyone could not have a reasonable doubt. It's almost comical if it wasn't so serious. And you know what? That's beautifully said, Mittens, because this would be funny, but it's so damn serious. I mean, it really is. That's the problem, is that there's somebody's life is on the line on this. But as far as reasonable doubt goes, I think the genius of this second time around is that the first time around, it was very much as if the defense was the prosecution, and they were doing everything they can to prove that you had a conspiracy of these cops to kind of make this happen. And this time around, I think it's a different approach. I think as opposed to saying, we're going to prove these people did this, he just said, we're going to prove the guy went in the house. All right. That'll be enough reasonable doubt to end this puppy, because everybody else has lied about that. And the line of questioning today, if you missed the earlier section, we have Jen McCabe on the stand, right? This is the woman that you've seen thumbnails of her with really kind of sort of ugly, gritting her face kind of stuff. Usually pretty angry, because in the first trial, hold on a second. Hold on one second, people. I think we can get this back up and running. Hold on one moment. I'll be right with you. All right, people, we are going to be back on the record here shortly, from my understanding. So we're going to get this back on the way. It is, and I will just here. The second I do this, they'll come back. But I don't want anybody to go into seizures. That thing can drive you nuts. This is one of the most. This is one of the coolest. Right, fan joke there. This is one of the coolest opportunities that you're ever going to have, to see really fantastic attorneys try to get around a judge that, for all appearances,
looks to be crooked. I don't know how else to say it. Right? It is a judge that's so in the tank for the prosecution that in order for the defense to get in what they need to get in, they basically have to jump over hoops. They have to get creative as all get out. Oh, you know what? Bear with me, people. 1 second. I'm terribly sorry. Really, I am. So cool. This is an opportunity to watch one of the best. Alan Jackson doing what he's doing and getting in testimony that he is so handcuffed. A great example you're going to hear when she brings up her husband, right? Depending on what depending on what part of the conversation that Karen Reed ends up in, depending on what time frame they end up in, the judge will shut her down from being able to answer any questions having anything to do with her husband. And that's because her husband had, hey, mom, good to see you, man. That's because the husband had to have advised her on how badly she screwed up when the feds showed up at her house and she lied to them. Oh, I'm sorry. She didn't lie to them. She forgot that she had called not 2 people, but 7. Right? I mean, who hasn't done that? Right? Yeah, Monk, the fan again. But I've got the fan down so that no one will go into, I don't want anybody having seizures. Honestly, it's probably not something I should be staring at for long periods of time either. Appreciate you all being here. This is about the best of the days. I'll probably say that 5 more times. But this is the person I was really looking forward to seeing on the stand. The other one, which would be awesome, but I don't know. I don't know how Trooper Proctor, if he would even be allowed on the stand. How does that work? Does anyone have any idea? Do we have a law nerd here that knows the answer to that? Because that, to me, for those who don't know, he headed up the first investigation. He was the lead officer on the Karen Reed murder investigation. And if you had hired, an 8th grader and kept him at no more than 2 or 3 beers a day, he could have done a better job than Trooper Proctor did. The guy did nothing. And I literally mean nothing by the book. The interviews he had, he'd go interview somebody in their kitchen while the next person in line is sitting in the living room listening to the interview, right? That was standard operating procedure. He took the evidence down to the Camden Police Department, which was supposed to be recused from the case, and left the evidence in a room at the Camden PD for 13 months, something along those lines. No chain of custody. That's just where they said it was. It wasn't signed in anywhere. It's just that that's where it was. And when they asked him about chain of custody, his answer was, oh, every time we do make a report, we write down where the evidence is. Did you catch that? So if you write a report on the day that you pick the evidence up, and then the next time you write a report is never, anything that happens to that evidence from then until the time it gets to the court, no idea what happens to it, right? You understand what a big deal this is, yeah? Stuff could end up with blood on it. Stuff could end up with blood, removed from it. Stuff could end up with DNA on it, right? Those little pieces of glass. Well, if you don't know where the hell they've been, it wouldn't be hard if, let's say, John has DNA that shows, the victim has DNA that shows up on that taillight or on that glass. Well, it's no longer relevant, because if you can't tell me where that glass has been from the time that it broke until the time that I'm seeing it tested, then anybody in the world could have screwed with it. That's why chain of custody is a huge deal. And if you say, well, it's not a DNA case, it doesn't matter. There are protocols that are put into everything, right? Everything having to do with an investigation, there's a protocol put into place for a damn reason, right? It's frightening how bad this guy did. He did bad enough to get fired as a state trooper in the state of Massachusetts. And if, like my friend from Boston could tell you, right? It's not easy to get fired as a state trooper in Massachusetts, right? You got to be an epic screw up. And this man was. Once again, if you're just getting here, Karen Reed allegedly killed this man on the lawn with her automobile. But when they found the body on the lawn, the only thing messed up on this guy was from his chin up, right? With the exception of what looks a lot like a dog bite on his arm. But they found no dog DNA or anything, leading them to believe it's a dog. Although they did find pork, some kind of a pork. And there are people who speculate that that's because dogs chew on those those pork treats that are like, a pig ear or whatever. Hello, Jordan. And they chew on those things. Small amounts of it get caught up in the dog's teeth. And that may have been deposited into one of the furrows, is how it was described in the first trial, that ended up in John O'Keefe's arm. Nothing else on him is messed up. So it looks to the cops that get there on the first cops that hit the scene, looks like he got his ass kicked. Looks like he was in a really bad fist fight. In fact, when they called down to the hospital, that's the first thing they said is, looks like somebody beat the crap out of him. Of course, that story had to change. They had to change that to no. This was run over by a car. But if your first thought was, this guy looks like he had his ass kicked, if you're a cop, the logical first step might be, he's at this house. Maybe we ought to go inside. Maybe take a look around the house. Maybe use that cool substance luminol, right? And spray the whole damn place down and see if there's blood anywhere, right? See if anything's broken. Nobody does that. But what's odd is, and this came out on the stand today, first thing, have a good day, Nick D. Today on the stand, right, as they're starting to unravel this, one of the pieces of evidence that came out was, as all of this is going on at 6 a.m., right, because at 6 o'clock in the morning, Karen Reed comes back to the scene of the crime, right, where she was the night before. They pulled up to go to a party. Her boyfriend was going to run in, check, see if it was cool, see if it was a scene worth hanging out, and then he'd come back out and tell her, yeah, come on in, whatever. But he didn't come back out. That's what happened. Now, prosecution will tell you he never got inside. And it makes a lot more sense that he was outside from midnight till the morning at 6 o'clock. Unfortunately, according to the forensic pathologist on this case, there's no sign of hypothermia. Midnight to 6 a.m., 6 hours outside without a coat on, laying in the snow. I think you'd get hypothermia, especially because technically, at 98.6, if you were at 97, right? That's hypothermic, right? That's hypo. It's below what your temperature's supposed to be. And if you're out there 6 hours laying there, I think you'd probably get down a little bit lower than 96. Who knows, right? You can get hypothermia in 85, 90 degree water. Hypothermia is just your body dropping below the temperature that it's supposed to be and staying there. We don't do well that way. But so he's laying outside this whole time. They get there first thing in the morning. Everything is all hell's breaking loose, right? You got lights flashing. You got Karen Reed screaming at the top of her lungs, right? Because she's in terror. I get that. And she's really freaked out because she blacked out part of the night before. Keep it real. She drank a lot. So she's not even 100% sure if she didn't do this. Not intentionally, obviously, right? Because she's trying to put the pieces of the night before together. And she's looking at this guy and she's running to people going, could I have done this? I didn't do this, right? Could I have done this? That's from the first trial to the second trial, or from the first interrogation to the trial became, I hit him. I don't buy that. I think she asked a lot of people that I hit him. She was freaking out. She was screaming at the top of her lungs. And she was getting yelled at back, right? By the two lovely ladies that she went down there with. Nice. Cursing at her, telling her to shut the F up, calm the F down, right? Lovely. While all that's going on, their German Shepherd, this is a cop's German Shepherd, isn't barking. It's not making any sound. Jen McCabe goes into the house, upstairs, right? Into her sister and brother-in-law's bedroom to wake them up. No sound of the dog. Their big German Shepherd, the one that has a problem with people. If you have a dog that has a problem with people, do you assume that's a quiet dog when you go in a house? Probably not. Probably not. I have a feeling that that dog probably makes a crap load of noise, right? Dogs that aren't good with people freak out, right? They bark a lot. I have a feeling the dog would have made a lot of noise, but see, there wasn't a dog there. That's the only explanation for that. The family dog, they decided to get rid of it. The night that John O'Keefe ends up dead on the lawn, they get rid of the dog. And we know that because at 6 a.m. the next day, that dog's not there. Weird, right? Weird. No, they had to get the dog out of there because they figured maybe there's a chance they are coming in. If these were real police officers, right? If this was a real investigation, they're going to come in that house. And you know what? If they had gone in the house, we would know whether they got rid of the dog bowl, whether they got rid of all the evidence. Did they scrub that? Well, we'll never friggin' know, will we? Because they decided Karen Reed was guilty on the very first day. And if it wasn't for a YouTuber, keep it real, Karen Reed would be doing time right now. A grip of it. A grip of it. Right? If it wasn't for Turtle Boy, like him or hate him, if it wasn't for Turtle Boy, we wouldn't be talking about any of this stuff. He saved her. Right? And whether you believe that these cops are so crooked that they murdered this man and are trying to set up Karen Reed, that's a possibility. I think it's a pretty damn strong possibility. I don't think they killed him on purpose, but I don't think they want to take the heat for it either. Right? That's a possibility. Another possibility is they're just so freaking bad at being police officers that they botched this case so horrifically that they're trying a person who is obviously not guilty of this crime. I mean, I don't think any other place on earth. I hear Auntie B. Let's do this. What is going on? Come on now. There we go. That couldn't just be. I heard noise, people. I actually heard Bev's voice.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
Booyah.
All right, can we have Miss McCabe back, please?
Bring on Jen. And this will be the cross-examination of Jen McCabe by Alan Jackson. Or at least that's where we ended, was with Alan Jackson. And he's on fire. He's having a good day. And they're just randomly giving you something to look at so that we don't accidentally film the jury on the way in there. So it won't be long. This is about as entertaining a witness as we're going to get. As far as it goes, this is one of the more entertaining ones, especially in the first trial, because she's been coached since then. She's on her best behavior. She's trying to smile. She's trying not to argue. In the first case, she fought him on everything. Is your name Jen? What does that mean? I mean, exactly Jen? No, it's Jennifer. I mean, just every single thing. And she would snarl. This morning, I don't know how many people typed in, she's not likable. The gentleman with the excellent haircut there, I believe, is John O'Keefe's brother. I'm a fan of that look. I think it's streamlined. You know what I mean? Makes it real easy in the morning, too. Nothing wrong with a good lurk, Monk. Nothing wrong with a good lurk. Don't forget to wake up the jury, right? Good call. After yesterday, there was some testimony yesterday that was, even if you're into it, there was some testimony yesterday that was just hard to get through. The bald gentleman there, Cindy G, with the mustache. I believe I'm to understand that as the brother of at least when I was out on my back yesterday. I believe I saw someone making reference to that. You know, you got to feel for the family. In fact, the scariest part of this is just that because of how bad the police botched this, they didn't go in the house. Like, how do you now go back and try someone for this crime? How do you try to find out who killed John O'Keefe? If you were that far off the mark and the only suspect that you've developed at all is Karen Reed. If Karen Reed comes into this and is found not guilty, then what? Honestly. I mean, sad as it is, his killer walks. And doesn't walk, right? Probably continues to work for some federal agency. And if not, at least a cop. But I think it's a Fed. I can make a pretty good case for that, I think. All right, peeps.
All right, sorry about the delay, jurors. We were told that we blew a fuse, and that's why we couldn't get started on time. So,
Oh, she's been blowing
these old
fuses.
courthouses. So, all right, we appreciate your patience. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, when you first saw Ms. Reed's SUV pull up, very shortly thereafter, you sent a text to John O'Keefe, correct?
I walked to the door, saw the car, and that's when I sent him a text. Yes.
Right. So you walked up to the door, saw the SUV outside, and then texted him something at that, basically while you're standing at the door.
I believe so. Yes.
What did you text him?
Here?
Okay. That was, do you remember the time?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a series of text messages contained in a Celebrite report? I think you've seen this before.
Sure.
It didn't last time.
Yes.
May I ask one foundational question?
Okay.
Before I give this to the witness? Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you about a series of text messages. It's not a memory contest in terms of the timing. I'm going to ask you about probably 5 or so. All of those purport to be contained in here. Do you remember the times of those 5 texts?
I don't off the top of my head.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at all those in one felled swoop as you look at this document? So I don't
Sure.
have to go back and forth?
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Would it help you to remember?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you bring
times.
it to Ms.
Thank you.
McCabe?
Thank you.
Thank you. This is just my sake. This one is, yeah, I just think it's so much. I might turn to that. Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind, take a look at the tabs, not that whole document, it's two days. Take a look at the tabs and go in reverse chronological order and see if that refreshes your recollection about the time and content of text messages that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe those early that early morning of January 29th.
Okay. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not going
Enter into evidence.
Exact times of all 5, am I?
I'll help.
Okay. Thank you.
Boy, she's just a ray of sunshine this time.
Did you see a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here?
Yes.
And was that at 12:14? I'm sorry, at 12:27 a.m.
I don't know if exactly. I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
Didn't he just show it to you? Or?
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Getting a little hangry. I think Bev needs that afternoon a little tipple.
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute?
Got something to yell at you about. Sidebar. This is I can't tell you how many times this has happened today. And this is preemptive, right? Bev's going to talk to him before anybody's doing any barking. What I have watched so far in the second trial is they're not getting pushed around as much, the defense. He'll call sidebar to argue with her about something, come back, get a question in, and call sidebar again. And it looks to me as if when they really sort of go to the wall and sort of call her on, what are you doing? I mean, how can you possibly justify this? When they come back, the line of questioning that Jackson is able to pursue leads you to believe that that he probably won, so to speak. Oh, yeah. Linda G says, notice that too. Wonder if somebody told her to cut the attitude. Absolutely. In fact, they tried to get that on the record earlier today. She definitely has had
Ms.
coaching
McCabe, we're going to make it a little easier for you, okay?
Thank you.
on how to be kind or look kind anyway. How to fake it.
May I? Yes. Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12/14/27 on January 29th, 2022. Text message from Jen McCabe to, text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone. Where to? At 12:20, all these are on January 29th, 2022 at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31:47 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Pull behind me. Same date, 12:40:31 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. 12:42:09. Text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Where are the letter U?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45:53 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello.
Do her eyelids look heavy to you? Like she's working it?
Stipulation that those are correct times and dates and contents of the text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jen McCabe's phone on January 29, 2022.
She looks like she's fighting to stay awake.
That's what you're agreeing to, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, Your Honor, is contained in the Celebrate report.
Okay. All right, folks. So I told you yesterday about a stipulation when I talked about something in the front lawn. This is similar. So what you just heard, both lawyers agree that that's information contained in a Celebrate report.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue?
Yes.
At some point, you indicated that, and by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word, here, exclamation point, question mark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in front of the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right. Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move ever?
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins, that Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
After you, it's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've indicated in previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the texts contained in the document that was just stipulated to. Is that right?
I did text 5 times, you are correct.
Okay. So
Half a Xanax lunch.
it's fair to say if you texted 5 times, then you went to the door 5 times, if those were associated with one another. You walked up, looked at the door, see the SUV, and text something. Here, pull behind me, where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car, and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this: every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did. Yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that
That's
I
what
did.
you said in
Do
the
you remember
first
a year
trial,
ago
Sunshine.
testifying that every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct. That you
Could you-
testified to that.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. How is it I remember that and she doesn't? Because I heard it and she made it up.
Yes.
Take a look at the highlighted
Sure.
portion and just read that to yourself. Let me know when you're finished.
That's right, Roberta. Like 7 calls or 2.
May I?
Yes.
Ooh, the big B sounds angry.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were just talking about?
I see what's written down. Yes.
Okay. Did you testify in answer to the following question? And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer, correct.
I answered correct to that.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you looked out, I'm sorry, if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
Well, do you think this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory, it was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door.
And
What I
certainly,
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it. I saw it straight ahead. I saw it at the flagpole, and a third time further up. I cannot say with certainty with my memory today that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
and then, and by the way, when you testified, as you just saw,
Mhm.
that was a year ago, correct?
Yes.
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes, it
So
was.
your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't-
Well, it would have been
do you
fresher.
think your memory gets better with time or fades a
Sometimes.
little with time?
Well, some things, unfortunately, I think about every single day with this case, the trauma of it
Sure.
and what I experienced and went through.
But not what
and
you
there are
saw.
Things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts, but I apologize if I misstated. I went up more than I did. I'm just trying to give you what I remember today.
Let's
Yeah.
talk about those texts and and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's 1.
When I texted here, yes,
And you texted here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Was that the flagpole? Yes.
We saw smokes. Great to see it.
When you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to hello. Is that right?
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
What time did you saw it?
When you went the second time, and by the way, it's my mistake. I got I jumped over one. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the flagpole, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello. It was the
I'm not-
second hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Yes.
Now where was it?
At first, it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole, and then it was further up.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you
Mm-hmm.
texted, "Where are you?" Correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole.
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, "Hello." Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that was you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to John?
That's a summary of maybe the,
Did you testify to that a year ago?
to what? That
Good
when I
Lord.
went to the door. Yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text, yes.
And then you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. It had left, correct?
Point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45. Is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
Matter of fact, you've testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that?
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
Man, it sucks when you lie and then
At
they
some
got.
point, did you note that the vehicle was gone? Let's get to that.
Yes,
Around what time was that?
I do not know.
12:45, a little before, a little after?
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time last year?
Sure.
May I?
Yes.
Roberta, I don't know if she looks tired or sedated because I've watched a lot of testimony from her, but her eyes are jacked up. Like she went out at lunch and got bolstered. Blinker girl. And her forehead is smooth, says Spanx Calhoun. Oh,
Yes.
yes, it is.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to what time last year you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay,
I never gave a time.
all right.
Good
And
chance.
that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well, that's
time?
the stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about
Okay.
that. That's been stipulated to. Your last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
so that coincides, that testimony from last year coincides with your last text message saying hello. You noted that the SUV at that point had gone, had left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something, or 2 maybe. Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We've just asked 2 questions.
It had moved closer to the
The
flagpole.
first question is you said I saw it and I sent a text or 2. I know I just said 1 here.
He never said
You
SAR.
saw it a second time,
Correct.
and now it's closer to the flagpole.
Yes, correct.
And there's a texting going on. I'm not getting down to the minute of the text, but there's texting going on. You're sending texts.
I'm sending, yes.
Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it had moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a 4th time to see that it was gone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door, looking out the window at that portion of either the yard directly in front of you and in front of the house, or toward the flagpole, or beyond the flagpole 4 times, correct?
From last year's testimony, but what I remember today
No, Ms.
with
McKay, that's not
certainty
my
is
question.
twice.
You need to let her answer the question.
Well, that wasn't the question.
Go ahead.
What I remember certainty is looking at it out front, at the flagpole, and beyond. I don't remember how many times I went up to the door. I was back and forth.
Right. But according to you,
So's your testimony.
you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times to the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4, correct?
Correct.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum of 4 times and looked across that yard at the SUV.
Correct.
Okay. You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there, yes.
As a matter of
Dak.
fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right, but it was early in the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And
Absolutely.
when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked
Yes,
out
this
the
is
window,
cross-examined.
I could see the SUV in front of me, yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth through the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No,
You didn't hear any yelling?
no,
No loud voices?
no,
No foul language?
no,
You didn't hear a door slam?
no,
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
no,
You didn't hear a revving engine?
no,
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
no,
You didn't hear a collision take place
no,
or a crash
no,
or screams for help,
no,
moaning, groaning as if someone was in distress?
no.
Just from the basement.
As you looked at the SUV the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay. You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
Yeah, across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay. And that presented at least enough illumination based on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes. Over to the left. Yes.
And you've detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, that's, yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left. If I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry. Straight.
So if you're looking outside at the SUV, I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a second. For perspective. If you're looking outside the door, when you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside. When you say to the left, you mean to the left of the SUV on the ground. That's where you saw the tire tracks.
Yes.
Like somebody might parallel park or something.
Kind of a wave. Yeah. I can't really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway at that point. You just glanced out. There was something in your peripheral vision, and you made note of it.
Yes.
She saw everything.
And the only thing between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you
That's
right
not my
now,
question.
straight.
Is the
You
lawn
know that
flat?
lawn. You've been to that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
I guess you could categorize it as flat. Yeah.
Can we take a look?
Yes.
She's in hell, people. She's been on the stand about 6 hours. Yeah, she is literally in hell. And of that, about 5 and change of it, about 4.5 of it's probably been the cross-examination.
Can you take a look at that?
Sure.
And they're going to take an hour or two to rehab her after this. This is going to be hard.
What do you recognize that as being?
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that be marked as identification.
Okay.
Wish to publish?
Not for identification, no.
I'm happy to move it into evidence.
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it.
Okay. All right.
It's a chalk at this point.
Okay.
Wow.
Yes.
Thank you.
Not going to make friends with Big B.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. Mr. Wall, can you make that? There you go. Thank you. What's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do, yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure. Right there.
Okay, the one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Yes.
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
Sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes.
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
Or that one. Sorry.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather? The
Right.
shape of the lawn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll put that down, Mr. Wall.
He's got a pool in the backyard there,
What was
Spanky,
that marked as, Madam Court Reporter?
and 3 finished floors. Wasn't bad.
Your Honor, I would ask to move that in evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but that is my request.
Is there an issue?
No, I won't object.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV.
No.
He was not standing or sitting.
Not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
Right. But just like you weren't taking in the surroundings, specifically looking for tire tracks, you saw the SUV sitting right in front of you, you saw that through your peripheral vision, you know the tire track.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV was very dark.
I haven't asked you about lighting yet. We'll get to that.
I'm
You
sorry.
know the tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I did.
Something stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Looking out.
Booyah.
Yes, absolutely.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV. You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV.
No,
He wasn't sitting down.
no,
He wasn't lying down.
no,
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole.
no.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct?
I was
Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Ms. McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at
Thanks.
the vehicle.
That was hard.
And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
I did see those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
Hey,
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall, yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning,
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
correct?
except tire tracks.
The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes,
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle.
I did not, no,
He was not sitting outside the vehicle,
no.
and he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Miss McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so. The last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes,
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but
You were looking for where the car just was,
I
you
didn't
dolt.
see it.
I'm just asking you a direction. Not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't sit down search part. That's not my question. My question is, were you looking toward the area where you last saw the SUV? Around 12:45 a.m.
Yes,
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out. Yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced
Well
out
played.
at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct, yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No,
You did not see him sitting on the lawn,
no,
and you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
no, no, I did not.
Ultimately, you left the location that night, the gathering at 34 Fairview. Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
No, I went home.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30. Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
Hoslong?
Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what kind of SUV were you in that night?
A Yukon. Big-
Four-door,
yeah, big-
extended seating?
Yes,
When the SUV pulled out of the drive, it was in the driveway?
yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a three-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
It went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you would have been heading toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
You would have driven directly adjacent to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not the driver's seat.
Correct.
You were seated in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
You would have been closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Correct.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night.
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated.
Yes.
Did your husband Matt? Did he turn on the brights, or did he leave the beams on low, or do you know?
I don't know.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
The lights were on, yes.
You did not see anything out of the ordinary as you drove right by that location, did you?
I was looking in the back seat when we were driving.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Of course you were.
As you drove by in that SUV?
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
She remembers that.
John O'Keefe dressed in dark clothing, laying prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
You said that you were turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you were engaged with them about a conversation having to do with bread and maybe peanut butter or something.
Yes.
You didn't, as you passed by that location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
You didn't hear Sarah Levinson say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
And according to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out, yes.
She only remembered the traumatic stuff, she said.
Like, what was that or anything close to that?
No, I didn't.
I'd like to turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning. You indicate that the visibility was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
You were in the front seat, passenger side.
Yes, I was.
It was Karen Reed who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, jumped out of the car, and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed by the car, and Ms. Roberts ran over to assist Ms. Reed in giving first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
You indicated that well, let me ask a different question.
Over the
You
harbor.
testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad, yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
I wouldn't say that extreme, but I used whiteout as there's just snow coming at you.
You were specifically asked by Mr. Brennan, how close did you have to get before you could actually see anything of note where Miss Reed had gone? Is that right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Miss Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but
well, you just testified to it yesterday. Do you remember saying I could get very close to them?
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that.
Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I don't have a transcript of yesterday's testimony. I'm sorry. Last year, you testified to something very different than that, though, didn't you?
No.
Isn't it true that last year you testified that you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side from the lawn, as Ms. Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview, Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
As I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and said started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
I have the page and line number.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Chair?
Oh boy,
May 17th.
visibility got better all of a sudden.
RT 114, lines 14 to bottom, onto 115, line 4. Is that how you testified last year?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as